Hello and a very big welcome to the Future of Digital Asset Management Virtual Summit. My name's Rob and I am going to be your host for today. And so let's start by taking a look at Group Futurista. They are a leading global events company creating its own emerging technology summits where creativity fosters and innovations flourish. They believe in the power of networking, connecting innovative thinkers and the brightest minds. We're now going to move on to take a quick look at today's event and discuss it a little further. Digital asset management can be used to refer to both a business process and a form of information management technology, also known as a DAM system. Its functionality helps many organizations create a centralized place where they can access their media assets. However, there are a few challenges that are facing these organizations. And one of these challenges is that many organizations have a lot of digital assets. It can be difficult to keep track of all of them. Therefore, a digital asset management solution is ideal for solving all of these problems. It's a software and system solution that provides a systematic approach to efficiently store, organize, manage, retrieve, and distribute an organization's digital assets. Moreover, it helps counter the challenges of a large volume of digital assets produced, their variety, and the collaboration between distributed teams. So we are going to look into valuable solutions with greater depth under the guidance of some of the industry's most foremost experts. Group Futurista is glad to present its Future of Digital Asset Management Virtual Summit. And we are also delighted to introduce our sponsors who are on board with us for this virtual event. We've got Canto, we've got IPV, we've got Aprimo, we've got Dominion, we've got Papafly, we've got Binder, and we've got ScaleFlex, and you'll find out about some of those a little bit later on. But we're going to move swiftly on to our first keynote, and this is going to be delivered by Kate Benowitz, who is the Senior Product Marketing Manager at Canto, who are one of our platinum sponsors. Now, Canto is a leader in digital asset management. It provides a simple visual way to manage and share images, video, and other digital brand assets from a central location. Canto enables marketing and creative teams to streamline workflows, increase asset velocity, and ensure that colleagues and external partners have access to the right content on demand every single time. Canto is a simple yet powerful solution that has helped thousands of companies, including top brands like Birkenstock, LinkedIn, and Cathay Pacific, take control of their digital content libraries and get more out of their digital brand assets. Now, Kate, who is our keynote speaker, is a senior product marketing manager at Canto, which is a global digital asset management platform that helps marketers collect, organize, and share their digital content. Kate is responsible for understanding customer pain points and market trends, driving development of go-to-market strategies, and ongoing communications with their customers. Kate took an untraditional career path, starting off as a graphic designer for a global fitness manufacturing company. She found her way to product marketing after leading a team as a project manager, eventually taking on leadership of broader marketing programs. Kate has led go-to-market strategies from product conception to launch for numerous product solutions with a global reach. She's passionate about people and storytelling and uses these skills to collaborate on strategies that drive growth and improve retention. So Kate, your keynote is how to re-energize your digital content supply chain, connect remote teams, and break down silos. So Kate, it's over to you.
Excellent. I'm going to share my screen right now. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we're all good.
Can you see my main presentation though? I'm not sure.
We can see it from inside PowerPoint, if that makes sense. There we go. We're on.
Okay, you got full screen?
Yeah, we have.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Rob. Thank you for the introduction. I'm really excited to be here today and discuss re-energizing your digital content supply chain. I'm going to myself a short intro because Rob did such a great job. I am the Senior Product Marketing Manager at Canto. I'm really excited about this opportunity to talk to you today about re-energizing your digital content supply chain. It's something that I'm really, really passionate about. So I'm going to jump right in. I'm going to start really with the state of digital content management in 2022 and beyond to kind of just set the stage for what I'm going to walk through today. And I hope to give you guys some actionable tools and tactics too as during the presentation. So the state of digital content, right? So some of the things that we've learned through talking to our customers, doing research and surveys, is that the state of digital content management is one of the most complex problems facing organizations today. So what we learned by doing a survey with CMS Wire is that 44% of the respondents cited increased demand for digital content, which is not surprising to any of us. I think we're all feeling that pressure day to day. 67% of respondents said digital content production is becoming decentralized, right, to meet the demands of scale. So that content's not only being created internally, but also externally as well. And 78 respondents said they will permanently work remotely or at least part-time in that hybrid-centric role. So what does this really all mean? Breaking it down to the basics here, it really means that demand for digital content is increasing at a very, very rapid scale. Digital content creation is coming from everywhere, inside and outside the organization. And digital collaboration is essential due to our hybrid and remote lifestyle workplace that we're working in today. So we have all this technology, right? We have all the tools available to us. And you just look at your browser tab and you see all of the tabs open. And, it's really, it feels really planning this content feels a lot harder than it should be, and it shouldn't have to be. So really, one of the aspects of what we're really kind of seeing here is content workflows are really in 22 are really what are affecting this, right? We have these hybrid and remote teams. I think if anything, due to all the shifts in how we work, global pandemic, the great resignation, people are moving, all over to different new companies, and people are really trying to understand, how do I work in this new environment? Also, too, to keep up with this demand, we have these disconnected technologies. We know we need technologies to work at this global, remote, hybrid, workplace, but we keep adding new technologies to kind of fit the bill here, but necessarily that's also creating a little bit of disruption as well. So I really want to start off with what is a digital content supply chain? So digital content supply chain, the simplest, easiest way to explain it is the chain of tools, technologies, and processes you use to plan, create, manage, and deliver content to your desired channels and audiences. So why is it broken, right? I mean, it's really easy to see here. We're using a different platform for each stage of this. So as you plan, right, you're probably using a work management solution, maybe Rike, Asana, Monday.com. Your creatives, they're using their content creation platform. So Adobe Cloud, Canva, Figma, using Microsoft Office, et cetera. One of the other areas too here is from the managed side, right? This is a very tough one because there's often no single source of truth. You have maybe a designer, creating assets and they're putting them on their desktop and then passing them to the marketer, or your external hard drives, or you have your Dropboxes of the world, et cetera. So that is definitely a main pain point we're seeing. And then also delivering, right? That's the main point to get our campaigns out to market, is publishing and sharing. So using those CRM social management platforms, which are also, kind of segregated, which could be a Drupal or a WordPress, et cetera. So really what we're really experiencing is that there is, walls throughout that digital content supply chain that have been set up. So what really happens as a result of this? Well, first and foremost, right, it's pretty easy to understand that we have inefficient workflows. So team members have to constantly move assets between applications. It becomes a super manual process. There's a good chance something may go wrong, like a file being misplaced or named incorrectly. Version control is huge. Version 1, version 2, version 4, version final. Wonder if you're seeing version 4. Where's that version final? I need that. One of the other areas is really a loss of productivity. So that is one of the main areas that I think we all struggle with. Time wasted hunting down that asset or that video or that piece of content, which then in turns creates a lag in time to market. I think, our inability to deliver at the speed of business when on content created from scratch instead of repurposing relevant content also hits us hard in this area. And then creativity suffers. Creativity suffers due to lack of collaboration. I think we're all trying to understand, how do we collaborate like we're all sitting at the same table and having open discussions at the same time. And that becomes pretty hard with how we're working today. So we commissioned a survey too by Canto, and we really learned that 33% of marketers spend the equivalent of at least 3 weeks or more searching for digital assets each year. So, if you take that down to basic math, if you have 5 employees and, around $25 an hour, three three weeks out of the year, that's $15,000. And obviously you can see how that would easily scale and actually be more relevant for larger teams. Hundreds of thousands of dollars could be wasted just trying to find and really understand where those assets are. So now we're going to get into the good stuff. Let's talk about how you can re-energize your digital content supply chain, or perhaps energize it for the first time. So at Canto, we think there are 4 steps in building a new digital content supply chain. So first and foremost, number 1, and this is pretty self-explanatory, but do that content audit of all relevant and current content. If you don't understand what you have, you don't understand what you can use, repurpose, recycle, and really use across your campaigns. You really want to centralize your content into a single location and apply metadata. So it's really easy to find throughout all the different teams. You want to build a technology stack that is optimized for collaboration. So looking at your organization, everyone is unique. We all have unique needs. What technology do you need to really optimize that hybrid, remote, global, workplace so you can easily collaborate across time zone and across region? And you want to align team on processes. I've been a project manager. Process is key. You want to make sure everyone's following the same process and procedure to really make sure that everything's running smoothly and everybody understands what they have to do. So first thing that we really think about here is performing a content audit, just to break this down into simplistic form. So we want to pull all that good content that's across the organization. It might be on those personal hard drives. Heck, it might be on your designer's desktop. It might be on those individual cloud-based folders, third-party sources. Maybe you have external agencies. I know we use those who are also creating content. You got to pull all that. And really what you need to do is then centralize that. All of your digital brand assets into a digital asset management platform, really like the hub of all your assets living and breathing there. It makes everything really a lot easier. You don't have to be also the sole person in many instances responsible for being, hey, do you know where everything is, right? You're creating advocacy amongst your company organization to have everything in one place. Because in the reality is you have other tasks to do day to day in your role. So why digital asset management? So you've heard digital asset management, and maybe you haven't. It's really a suite of tools that help you streamline your content. Now, thinking back to that research that we talked about, showing there's this demand for more content. There's less creativity maybe happening. There's less synergy between people because they're remote or hybrid roles. A digital asset management system can really combat all of that. So it helps you by improving work efficiency and collaboration across the globe, across region, protecting and managing your brand. We are all brand stewards. We want to make sure that our brand is protected, that we're using the latest and greatest brand assets as we evolve our brands, as most of us do. And that's really something that digital asset management can really bring to the table for us. And also scaling delivery while improving ROI. So really understanding, how you can scale over time. You can really improve your ROI by repurposing, reusing, having all your assets at your fingertips 24/7. So digital asset management at the core allows you to store everything in that one place. And that's what we find. A lot of organizations are missing that centralized source of truth. And we really hear that when we're meeting and speaking with our customers. One of the areas that we really see digital asset really benefit you is allows you to collect and store assets into one place so you can find when you need it. You can also direct other people to the assets as well. It provides an easy way to curate and circulate your digital content, getting more value out of those assets, right? We as a marketing organization are spending a lot of investment in each of those assets, right? That's something that it's time, it's, creative briefs, it's marketing dollars, which maybe being, shrunk or maybe increased, right? You never know. So we want to make sure that we're getting the most out of those and most out of that process that we're spending all that time really producing this content. We want to make sure that the right people are getting it. So we want to control access and usage. The right people need to get the right asset at the right time. and really streamlining that workflow, improving remote collaboration, which is really like solving that main pain point that we talked about at the beginning, and bringing harmony and consistency to media-driven storytelling. Storytelling is the most awesome point of my job, and it's something that, as I talk to others in the industry, that's something that we're always thinking about. And when our story isn't told correctly, or the wrong piece of content's being used, or it's not on brand, that's a main hurdle. So digital asset management really helps us solve that problem and making sure that our brand is really elevated at all times. So let's get a little practical for a second. And what does this actually look like to centralize content? So basically that's, as I said earlier, it's taking all of the stuff that's maybe all over your organization and making sure it's all streamlined into one place. And everyone knows that's the central source of truth, right? Which alleviates a lot of hurdles for teams all over the globe. Organizing. So making your content searchable, the DAM does that for you, with the metadata tagging, smart tags, keywords. We have, something that's really awesome, AI-driven facial recognition. So when maybe you have a live event, or, you are in the healthcare realm and you need to make sure that you're pulling assets of a certain people for your campaigns, or something, or promotional that you're using to actually talk to your patients. That's something that you can easily do with a solution like this. You can make sure that your creative director is approving the assets to make sure, hey, ding, 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 this is on brand and ready to go. And there's so much other things you can do. GDPR from a global standpoint, that's obviously a big pain point. There's very simplistic ways to bring that in throughout your assets to make sure that the right assets are going out to the right people at the right time. And controlling, you want to have that flexible and secure user permission, allowing users to access everything they need and nothing they don't. When you think about how your teams are structured, each team is unique, of course, but like for our organization, like most, there is a sales team, and there's different layers of that sales team. You have implementation, you have, like sales enablement, like they're all needing certain assets at certain times, and setting those permissions allows everyone to get everything they need and nothing they don't, making the interaction much more clean. And sharing, I don't know how many of you have or organizations that maybe you're working with outside vendors that sell your products. When you think about how maybe they're only selling a certain group of your products, maybe not all of them, and you want to create a really curated asset group of all the videos, all that key content, imagery that they can then use for their retail locations or online locations. You can really curate that with something like a portal or a customized share link, getting the right assets to the right people. You can also protect those assets by watermarking. You can do that all through the DAM in a really, really seamless way. And distributing content, which really plays on the last slide. Sharing your content library is easy. Especially I would really want to highlight in this one is the integrations with your CRM and social media platforms. You really want to make sure that you don't have assets and duplicated across place. You have that one source of truth that's being then pushed out to all of your external platforms in a really seamless, thoughtful way. And then we need to think about how all these platforms play. They need to have a strong integration, because that's really the pain point here. If they're not integrated, you're not going to use it again. Once again, back to all those tabs that you have open, just to do your job on a day-to-day basis. You want to make sure that the platform integrates with everything you use every day. So streamline your workflows, with these out-of-box integrations and connectors that really snap directly into your DAM platform or your existing tech ecosystem. And that's always unique, paired on the business need that you have. So what we want to do is we want to get away from working in these silos. We want to make these things the thing in the past, right? We don't want to work that way anymore. So really how we want to transform this is we want to make sure that digital asset platform becomes the operational hub of an organization's digital content supply chain. So really breaking this out into really an actionable kind of point here is that when you think about how you start with a program or a campaign, right? You're planning that, you're using your work management platform. As that's getting shoot out to your creative, say your designer or your web designer, and they're using InDesign to create that, they can stay in their program of choice, whatever program that is. Maybe they're using Canva, InDesign. They can pull that asset directly in from the central repository, your digital asset management platform, and use that directly from there without ever leaving, without ever downloading, uploading, and just creating extra steps that are a time burn for that individual. and all that, and then they're pushing that back out, and that's easily done through Canto in this instance, and managing from the digital asset platform. And then you can push that out to publishing and sharing in your CRM and social management platforms. So maybe you're publishing via Hootsuite, you have a social campaign coming up, you're pulling those assets once again directly. So it's really a seamless experience. All your brand assets are in that one location at your fingertips for every stage of that content life cycle, all without leaving, the tools that you and your team use every day. There are some things obviously to think about when you start that process or when you build out your digital content supply chain that we see a lot of companies maybe don't always think out, but we really advocate for them and help them along that path. So number one, you got to create those customized approval workflows. You got to make sure that you understand who are the stakeholders, where should they be out in that process, and make sure that's really planned out and thought out. And that will eliminate bottlenecks overall. You want to create an organizational structure for your digital asset management platform. Maybe this is something that you can really play off of this. I mean, when you look at all of your products, your offerings, your solutions, whatever you have, you go ahead and use some of that hierarchy to build out the organizational structure of your digital asset management platform. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. What does your company already know? What are all the users already know? Let's use that and build out the organizational structure from that. Define processes to add metadata, right? You're not an army of one. There is many people in your team. You want to make sure that they have a process in place to add metadata. And the DAM is smart. It can automate that for you. It can really make sure that all the tagging and everything is done collectively, especially when you're doing a mass upload of a lot of photographs or a lot of videography. And you want to implement content controls, right? That's the utmost importance to make sure that the right people have access to the right things at the right time. And that's really rounding off the whole solution. So, how this would look for you is your new digital content supply chain is really the content ecosystem for your organization, customized around your needs. It's not just for your team, it's the ecosystem that the whole organization can really use and benefit from. So this is just a quick show. When you look at your new content ecosystem and how that plays individually, for example, your DAM should allow you to be in that tool, open the assets you need. For example, this is a Rike situation here, no more opening those browser tabs somewhere else, that you have to search through endlessly. And one of the main things too, right, is when we talked about the ROI, we talked about how much you're investing in content creation. You want to repurpose that content for new channels, right? If you can't see it, you don't know what you can potentially use. So the powerful search, being able to find the right content at the right time, being able to repurpose that. I've had many instances where I'm looking at campaign structure and really understanding, hey, there's actually innate similarities between the manufacturing and the retail storyline, that they really have the similar pain points. Wow, I can really repurpose a lot of the content I'm creating for retail and apply it to manufacturing with some ease updates. And then that also in turn gets me to speed to market quicker. So now you can leverage all that content for new channels and use cases and verticals right out of the bat. And then looking at this too, if what's so great about a DAM is that you can kind of take some pressure off your creative teams or your content creation teams. If you need to update, in this example, a video, and you need to trim it down, maybe you have a long form video, it's some UGC content, you need to trim that down for your social media platforms, you can easily go in and edit that on the fly and then shoot that right back out, once again, in a very, very quick, concise way, keeping you in the programs that you need. So, one of the main things I just want to hone in on and kind of pay off in the presentation as we wrap up is digital asset management is an essential part of your content stack. With DAM, your team is always aligned as you plan, create, manage, and publish your content. And hopefully I painted the picture today that alleviates a lot of bottlenecks that maybe you're seeing today in your organization. Streamlining your digital content workflows allows everyone to feel like they're more effective in their roles and jobs. Scaling your content production to meet the demands that we've learned about earlier on in the research that we did, that is really, really important and is very relevant, I feel. Improve operational efficiency. How do we run better? How do we work smarter, faster? Those are all key things that the DAM really, really helps you achieve. And maximize content operations. So we spend a lot of time, dollars, hours creating our content. We want to maximize every moment, maximize every dollar that we're spending. And from the executive summary side, I just want to hone in, to sum things up with some stats from IDC. We know that digital marketers and creative directors are realizing that there's a lot of ROI coming out of digital content management platforms. Some of the data that we see is 79% have increased revenue by 10% or more, which is pretty powerful. 97% have reduced asset creation costs by 10% or more by utilizing that DAM. 86 have reduced risk by 10% or more, and 97 have increased re-increased productivity by 10% or more. So going back to those pain points that we saw at the beginning of the presentation, really seeing DAM pay off and be a really, really strong investment. So I just want to say thank you for letting me present today. I hope this was helpful, and I will open it up to Q&A.
Amazing, Kate. Thank you so much. We've actually had quite a few questions come in, so I'm going to fire a few at you now, if that's all right.
Sounds good.
The first one I'm going to ask you is to kind of go along when you were talking about repurposing. They've asked, when we do come across content that we think we could repurpose, how would you recommend that they keep track of what content needs updating and if something is actually still safe to use?
Yeah, I think there's a multitude of ways you can do that utilizing a DAM solution. I mean, one of the main ways is making sure that, again, you are a lot of things that I hear from customers is that, they're really trying to understand, can they still use the content, right? Like, do I have rights to use the content? So they're actually, when you can actually add in digital rights management information around that asset to understand, hey, this is something that's still current. I still have the rights to use it. I think if anything, how you can customize the content or the metadata surrounding that asset can really help guide teams, not just yourself, but as you shoot that content out to the world and, everyone who's in the solution, they can really see specifically, what it is, what are the usage rights around it? Is this a campaign for 2022 that ran, also too, with the workflows that we have available, you can easily make sure that that's reviewed through like someone like your creative director or your content director to make sure that is, hey, check, that's still relevant and on point with the campaigns we're running this year. So there's a multitude of ways you can customize it to really fit the needs of your organization.
Perfect, thank you. My next question is going to kind of combine two because they're very similar. Someone has asked, why is a DAM software solution important for remote teams? And someone's also asked, how does it help remote teams? So why is it important and how does it help remote teams?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the individual is a global company, but in general, how DAM helps remote teams is that it really creates that centralized repository, right? That anyone can work from, no matter if you're in London or if you're in Berlin or if you're in San Francisco. So 24/7, you really have a really understanding of, hey, this is my sole asset repository. I can pull, utilize, create directly from this. It allows basically, as I said before with the other question, how you have all of that metadata, all that key information, so that it's self-serve. You're not being the person. I mean, I've been the person that's gotten the emails and said, Kate, where's this asset, or where's the new updated video? And it alleviates all of that, kind of tension, confusion by really creating that source of truth that is global, actionable, and available 24/7.
So our next question is, it can be difficult to find budget for marketing technology. What would you recommend we lead with when trying to get approval on making an investment in DAM?
Yeah, I mean, what I've seen, I've had to stand in front of, my leader and present and to get buy-in for DAM. So I totally understand this question. What I came with is, working with the DAM provider that I was working with at the time. I really, they have ROI calculators, which are a great method of easily showing, hey, here's the value and how that value will cover the cost of that digital asset management solution. So, an ROI calculator is great. Luckily, a DAM provider will give you, white papers, key content that you can pull in easily if you need to shoot your leader, like, hey, here's the top 10 reasons. Here's how I can achieve my job and my team's job quicker with that ROI calculator, with key insights, industry insights, with the metrics. I think that really helps paint the picture, like, hey, here's why I need it and how that investment will be covered with how I will cover just the cost of people endlessly searching across all these different platforms for their assets.
Perfect. And kind of tying into that, Robert Luna has asked, within the executive summary area, what are some of the best practices in convincing the approvers that DAM is not just a software purchase, but actually a people, technology, and process ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big question. I think there's a lot of ways that you could address this, but I mean, I think really honing in on how DAM is really, once again, the centralized source of truth for everyone, and how that's going to save an immense amount of time for everyone. And I think, once again, it's bringing in those ROI metrics. Where's your team struggling today? Are you seeing, if you can really outline to the individual, hey, here's the pain points, right? Here's the things that we're losing time on. We're trying to create demand for our product, or solutions. Hey, we have people, maybe we don't have enough people, maybe we have enough people, maybe they're being used at time. If you can kind of take those pain points and easily apply them to how DAM solves those problems, I think that's the way I've seen those conversations be most effective when you're trying to like bring it all together. Because there's a multitude of things that they want to see that payoff on, right? That check. This is going to hit that mark, and I'm going to be able to easily show you that. Also, too, thinking about when you implement the solution, you'll be able to easily show a leader ROI on those assets. You'll be able to see, usage data, how many people are engaging with this, how I've used this across my campaign flows. So you can pay it off. You could show them that high level and say, hey, in 6 months to a year, here's the payoff that we're going to see. Overall, it's definitely not a one size fits all. So I hope I answered that question okay.
Yeah, I think this next question is going to be a tricky one to answer as well, but I'm going to fire it anyway. BM has asked, what is the cost of setting up a system?
Yeah, I mean, that is completely, there definitely is. It's a huge variable. There's no like, hey, here's a core cost. I would say that the best thing to do would be to collaborate with, a sales representative who can look at your use case. How many assets do you have? What does this need to be for you and your organization to be successful? And then that can really, then they can spit out, hey, this is the cost for you. But overall, what I've seen, I've been working with DAM since 2008. And I've been able to easily show, like ROI on DAM after it's been, even before I could easily show it, as I was just saying, hey, here's the pain points, here's how it will solve it. But it's easily to show like, hey, we're spending a very small amount to really have that global repository that we can use across everything that we're working with. So I hope that answered the question.
Brilliant. Okay, I've got one final question for you.
Okay, great, Rob.
What are the most effective methods for organizing my content so that it becomes more of a self-service for the reseller network?
Yeah, specifically the reseller network.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. No, I mean, I think what I really have seen is the most compelling way for reseller is to utilize the portals aspect. Those are out of the box part of the solution. You can easily, as I said earlier, kind of create and customize and curate exactly what that reseller needs. So they're just getting what they need and what they don't. Maybe that reseller only has a certain, amount of products or solutions they're using from you. You can make sure they're just getting that. And then you can easily update that as things change, as new content becomes available, new product solutions. It's really a one-stop shop. And you can make that you can also create some, privacy around that. You can make it password protected. So you're just giving those resellers what they need, password protected, and they're getting that. Or you can open up to them and send them that live link, which will always be up to date.
Perfect. Well, Kate, thank you so much for answering all those questions. I'm sure that all of our attendees who asked those questions found that really, really useful. You're going to be joining us at the end of the summit as well for our panel discussion. So I'll say goodbye for now, and we'll see you a little bit later on.
Yeah, thank you. Take care, Rob. Thank you all.
Kate.
Talk soon.
Amazing. So thank you to Kate as we move on to our second keynote. And this is going to be delivered by Daniel Matthew, who is the Chief Revenue Officer at IPV. Now, IPV, again, are one of our platinum sponsors here at this summit. IPV Curator is the premier end-to-end multimedia asset management, otherwise known as MAM, and remote editing solution for enterprise businesses that empowers teams across the globe to seamlessly scale video production. Curator protects production-related revenues by enabling productive remote editing, ensures brand consistency through brand asset control, improves ROI through content reuse, and optimizes storage and asset management control. Now, Daniel Matthew is a technology thought leader, passionate about transforming the content supply chain. With IPV, Daniel works closely with leading global brands, enabling them to optimize their asset management and produce enterprise content at scale. Previous to this, Daniel worked on a number of fast growth SaaS companies, including the highly successful tech startup that he founded. Now, Daniel is delivering his keynote on enterprise video at scale, how to seamlessly stream, search, share, and control global video assets. Daniel, it's all yours.
Thanks, Rob. Well, great introduction. If you ever want a job on our sales team, just let me know. So as Rob said, I'm Daniel from IPV. I'm delighted to be here today, coming to you live from a rather soggy London. With me from slightly sunnier climes is Gabrielle Skidmore, so she's calling in from our US office. And also with us today is our product engineer, Kevin Barnell. So he's standing by to take your questions. So don't be shy, either ping Kevin in the chat as we go, or wait till the live Q&A at the end. So look, together we'd like to provoke a discussion today around how one might solve the challenges that big brands and large enterprises currently have in managing the next generation of assets. And when we say the next generation, we are of course referring to video assets. Now, this is super relevant, isn't it? Because demand for video is exploding. We all see that today. And it's being driven by the fact that video assets drive far higher conversion rates amongst consumers, and they attract far deeper customer engagement. And of course, those same customers now want that video localized for their region, personalized for their buying journey, and optimized across all channels and all devices. But as a direct result of this, brands keeping up with this increasing scale of video production and then sharing and reusing petabytes of uncatalogued video is probably one of the greatest challenges faced by marketing teams and creative teams and digital asset managers today. Now, if you read the Forrester report, the recent Forrester report commissioned by Adobe, this details those video challenges, and they neatly distill them into 3 specific pain points. And here they are. So from left to right, the first is around getting all of your video content that's currently stored on portable disk drives, down the back of sofas, or siloed in different offices into one centralized library. And we heard about that in a previous presentation as well, didn't we? But we're talking about video now centralized in one archive, and then making that content seamlessly shareable enterprise-wide. So across different divisions, different countries, even for remote workers. So that's the first challenge. It's around centralized, shareable video library. The second challenge is around making that same enterprise library highly searchable. And this is critical for companies that have amazing video archives, but can't reuse any of it because they simply can't find anything quickly. So they're missing out on a ton of ROI. And the third challenge there, I guess, is around how brands accelerate and scale up their video production. It's a little bit more specific than that. It's about how they scale up their production by automating and streamlining creative processes and workflows, rather than just going out and quadrupling the size of their editing team. So they're Forrester's top 3 challenges when working with video. We've now got Gabrielle. She shot 3 videos, and each is a couple of minutes long, but they really show how we can solve each of those 3 challenges. So, Gabrielle, if you could press play, show us the first of these videos, which shows how we can achieve this enterprise video archive that can be centrally managed and then globally accessed. Gabrielle.
Sure. Sorry. Thank you, Daniel. So the first video we're going to show you is our customer Adidas Runtastic. So they have their entire library stored within Curator, and this is where they manage all of their assets, stream everything directly into Premiere Pro, never have to leave that interface. So we're going to show you a little bit of that right now.
Here we're looking at a small sample of Adidas Runtastic assets. They all sit in AWS S3 storage. I'm viewing them through Curator, which is our media asset management software. You can do this using any web browser. Adidas Runtastic keeps a wide variety of assets here, including video assets along with images and even some motion graphics. All of these assets are globally accessible and instantly viewable by anyone who has permission. You can also set separate permissions for different users. We're able to achieve live streaming by Curator auto-generating high quality but low bitrate proxies that are a small fraction of the original high-res file size, which means that you can stream the content from anywhere in the world, even from home and over poor bandwidth. When I say that these are instantly viewable, that means that creatives don't need to download the content to view it, which saves time and money. That also means no more shipping hard drives back and forth, no more fractured storage methods and inefficient protocols. The assets are instantly viewable and ready to edit right when the editor is ready to work. As you can see here, you can advance the high-grade proxies frame by frame. You can jump to the next scene, increase or decrease the playback speed, and it supports multiple audio channels as well. The game changer here is that all of these proxies can be streamed directly into your Adobe Creative Cloud applications using a consolidated and efficient creative workflow, which I'll show you later on in this presentation. Since all of this content sits in a central repository, brand managers can easily update these assets and have the latest versions immediately available and accessible to their teams all across the world. This central brand management is critical to Adidas Runtastic, who wants to deliver a consistent customer experience across all of their geo markets.
Got it. Love it. So all of your content there seamlessly shared across all of your organization. So I think the key there is, no more downloading video ever again, no more couriering portable discs across the country from studio to editor. Moving on to the second challenge now, Gabrielle. So you've got all of your content in this enterprise-wide library. Now, how do you rapidly find and surface specific clips for reuse? Gabrielle.
Sure. So just like Daniel said, we all want to know how to find our assets easily. We're going to show you how another one of our customers, Gartner, does this. And they've been doing it for quite some time and really love this workflow.
So we're back inside Curator, and this time with another one of our customers, Gartner. Now, not only do they want global access to their video archive, but they need to be able to find lots of video clips to reuse to make new footage. What Curator does is it makes all of their archive minutely searchable. We achieve this by searching on metadata that has been generated using AI. That might be through AI object recognition or by using AI speech to text, which converts every spoken word into searchable metadata. So let me show you how in this action. Gartner might want to rapidly surface every range of frames where, let's say, a tree is in shot. So Curator searches the archive and highlights every range of frames in every asset where a tree appears. You can see the AI label for a tree showing up here within the metadata of each clip as it's being rolled over. So maybe you'll want to surface every time a specific word is spoken into any video. Curator can rapidly surface any relevant clip and open the clip at that precise point at which word or that object is returned. So let's use the word culture, for instance. Curator will surface only the relevant frames where the word culture is spoken in dialogue. We can see where the term appears in the time-based metadata. You'll see it highlighted in green. In this case, it's a closed caption. You can stream it directly into Adobe Premiere Pro to edit, which I'll show you in just a minute. So once you've found your desired clip, you can open and play back at the relevant frames that contain culture in the spoken dialogue. We can also share this content with other team members using Curator a few different ways. The first of which is getting a link to the asset, which then can be sent via Teams or Slack or whatever you use. Another way will be to use collections to organize or share content within the system. With a collection added to your user cart, we can add media to that collection while browsing search results. Users can then browse collections to preview multiple assets at once. So not only can you make your entire archive instantly searchable, but you can then share and organize those clips in order to reuse them to generate new content. So that will save you a ton of time and money rather than rebuying or reshooting any new content.
Thanks, Gabrielle. And we see this a lot. You know, many brands have huge value locked up in their existing video archive. And, you know, that archive is worthless to them unless they can search and find content to reuse to unlock that latent value. So that brings us to the final challenge facing marketing teams today, which is, or the final one of those three, which is how brands can scale up that video production by automating and streamlining creative processes and workflows rather than adding expensive headcount. Over to you for your final recording, Gabrielle.
Sure, thanks. So the final recording will be on another one of our customers, Airbnb. They like to collaborate remotely, and again, production at scale. So we'll go ahead and show you this right now.
Curator can help you accelerate your video production by streamlining your content supply chain, from ingesting to managing your archive, editing new content, review and approve, and then publishing the finished asset. The part I'd like to focus on for now is editing new content inside Adobe Premiere Pro. So we're in Premiere, but as you can see, Curator's same search panel that we looked at earlier is right here, but now it appears as a native plugin right inside of Premiere. This content belongs to one of our customers, Airbnb. Their editors love having instant access to their entire video library without ever having to leave their Premiere Pro interface. They can find any video clip, stream it directly into Premiere, and start editing on that stream straight away. Again, there's never any need to download that video asset. They can even go ahead and pull in images and motion graphics right into their edit. And when they finish the edit, it can be remotely conformed in the cloud, reviewed and approved inside Curator, where users can leave frame accurate comments before sending it out to be auto-rendered into multiple formats for multiple channels. This turns Premiere Pro into a true remote and collaborative workflow, allowing editors to work from anywhere and even over low internet bandwidth. At the end of the working day, they can check in the whole project, and other editors, perhaps in a different time zone, can check out the project, media and all, and pick up exactly where their colleague left off.
Okay, so this acceleration in content production, as we've seen there, it comes by enabling super efficient cloud video production, where you can connect and collaborate in the cloud with colleagues and all of your media, regardless of your global location, and even while working from home over poor bandwidth. So in the couple of minutes we have left, let me just try and pull this together for you. We know that the demand for video is exploding. We've also seen today that the challenges in keeping up with this demand are considerable in terms of managing your archive, making it searchable, making it streamable, scaling that video production. And due to the technically more complex nature of video compared to other assets, the solution for these challenges needs to be more sophisticated. And we can only achieve that using a specialist video platform. The great news is, though, that these solutions do exist. Gabrielle has shown us today with IPV's Curator platform, which really leverages advances in streaming technology, for sure, and in AI for generating that metadata, which enables that searching, and of course, the significant advances in cloud technology. Okay, look, you've been patiently listening, but Rob, I'm happy to start addressing some of the questions that have been coming in on the chat, and Kevin is also with me to help out some of the answers. I'm happy to kick them off. There's one here. How secure is a Curator video archive in the cloud? Kevin, maybe you can answer that. We hear this a lot around security.
Absolutely, yeah, we sure do. So when leveraging the cloud, Curator itself has a few tools that we use to make sure things are secure. We can use single sign-on via third-party IDP provider. We can also tie it to an Active Directory so that users are using that specific login to access all the modules. We also have HTTPS traffic between the host services and the clients so that everything is secure that's going back and forth, even remotely. We can also leverage the security protocols of the cloud provider too. So if you're in an Amazon, AWS instance or Microsoft Azure, their tools are also at your disposal because your instance is your own, essentially. So just to name a few of the deployments we have in those highly secure environments, NASA is a customer. We are also deployed in the International Criminal Court in The Hague. So our IT team is, very used to the rigors of strict security testing, and the product lives up to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And certainly with someone like the ICC, that content is of an ultra sensitive nature. So second question here, isn't it expensive if you put all of your video content in the cloud? Kevin?
Yeah, good point. So with Curator, you're mitigating a lot of that expense, right? Whereas another tool might, force you to go into a specific cloud storage. We can essentially manage the storages that you so choose. And a big part of the cost savings too is being able to stream these proxies into your edit spaces and to view them via streaming. You're not getting the additional egress charges from downloading the proxies. You never have to download your high resolution, very heavy video footage. In fact, that doesn't necessarily even have to be available in the cloud. And the other thing is, once you have these assets in the Curator system, we can then leverage lifecycle rules, again, provided by an AWS or an Azure, to push things off to archive in a lower cost tier for long-term storage. But you also have the ability to access that data and bring it back to be available at any time.
Yeah, got it. And the fact that you are streaming these proxies, which come in at about 2% of the original high-res file size, means there's absolutely no upload or download of video after that initial ingest. So massive savings in those egress costs. There's another one here. How do you quickly get new content into the cloud?
Sure. So there's a number of different ways we can pull content directly into the cloud. So we can set up a watch folder, say in S3, so that you can push things directly into the cloud from any location. We can also tie into an existing on-prem storage if an organization has an established storage in, say, a studio or in an office. We can tap into that and migrate the data directly into the cloud very easily. And we also have a dedicated ingest app for those remote users called Curator Connect, which allows you to simply drag and drop files from a local desktop or from a camera card, add metadata that all important metadata right up front and quickly get things into the system to become widely shared globally among the teams.
Yeah, cool. And that Curator Connect app has a API integration directly with AWS S3. So it's just a question of dragging and dropping for that ingest. One here. If you are viewing a proxy, how much bandwidth do you need, and how much do you need for editing the proxy in Premiere?
So the great thing, as Daniel mentioned about our proxies, is they generally sit around 2% of the original footage. So that can also be adjustable. Our rule of thumb based on a standard deployment is you'll need up to about 2 megabits download speed of internet speed to be able to stream one layer of video into your editing software. So you can, over poor bandwidth, stream multiple video layers without any issue. We can also slide that scale if you have even worse bandwidth, very low bandwidth. We can adjust the resolution to make it stream back even smoother. Or on the other side, if you have better bandwidth and you want a higher grade proxy, an even higher grade, we can actually adjust that as well.
Yeah, and following on for that, this question is, for Curator, does the content have to be in the cloud or can it be stored on-prem as well? I think you touched on that, but just maybe clarify.
Yeah, absolutely. So great question. It definitely doesn't have to live in the cloud. We have a number of cloud first deployments. We also have hybrid deployments, which is where the services are living in the cloud and the proxies are stored in the cloud, but maybe that high res footage, that heavier footage is still living in that local on-premises storage. We can also support a fully on-prem deployment as well. So those three architectures, again, are fully cloud, all cloud, a hybrid, which is a mixture of cloud and also having some assets on-prem, or a fully on-prem deployment.
Okay. There's one here about our integrations into the Adobe Creative Cloud. It's what Creative Cloud apps do you integrate with? And maybe also call out the Workfront integration, Kevin.
Sure. Yeah. So we, as you saw, integrate directly into Premiere Pro. We have the same integration panel into After Effects, Photoshop, and Illustrator. So all the things that you saw there in Premiere, we can do in those applications as well. And like Daniel mentioned, we also have a really robust direct integration with Adobe Workfront, which ties together Workfront, our curator system, and those Creative Cloud apps in one single sort of connected workflow that allows the people using those apps to essentially initiate a lot of those tasks, project management updates, communication back and forth with other teams from within the Creative Cloud application. So they're saving time and automating a lot of those processes that they're doing manually today.
Yeah, got it. I can see two more, as long as Rob doesn't kick us off. So is there a mechanism to download or make available the high-res footage?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you do have a need to access the high res, no matter where it is, if it's living on-prem or if it's in the cloud somewhere, we can configure the system to allow you to download that, to make that available, to send that to other users, or to move it around in the system. So absolutely, the proxy streaming is a huge workflow benefit. And it basically means that you don't necessarily have to download that high-res footage at any time. But if you need it, it's available at any time via download link or another file transfer method.
Yeah, got it. A final question, I think, here. Which AI tools do you support?
Yeah, so we tie into the big players, right? We work with AWS Recognition, Microsoft Azure AI, as well as Google AI. We also work with Veritone, which is more of a private targeted AI system. So basically we tie into any of those accounts, and then within that we can use transcription, we can use translation, celebrity facial recognition. We even support, well, I should say object recognition as well. And we even support custom facial recognition, training of those accounts from the curator user interface that you saw, using assets already in the system. So you can really easily train it to recognize, maybe executives from your company, maybe prominent figures in your company's history that might not show up in Google or Amazon's AI. we can leverage the system to train that for your organizational needs specifically.
Okay, cool. Right, look, we are out of time, so we'll leave it there. But this was
Daniel. I am gonna jump in, Daniel. If there's any more questions on your screen that you want to answer, please feel free. We're loving hearing from you. So if there's a few more you want to answer, please go for it.
I can see one here. Are there any limits to users who can access or work remotely at one time?
Right. So there are no limits specifically in terms of resources. Again, this system is your own, so we can scale up or scale down your deployment depending on your needs. So there's not going to be any sort of a lag or issue with computing processing. And then in terms of connecting to the system itself, our users are concurrent. So in reality, you can register, a number of users, you can register hundreds of users, and then you just have a set list of how many people can access the system at any given time. So it's a great way to have many more users registered in the system with their own preferences and with their own, access and logins and permissions, but not necessarily have to pay for all of those seats simultaneously if some of those users are only sparingly going to be accessing the system.
If there are any more questions, please feel free to reach out to us. I don't know if you've got the final slide, Kevin. There's our email address there. So yeah, do reach out, do get in touch, and we'll endeavour to answer all of them.
Amazing. Cheers, Daniel, Kevin, Gabrielle. Thank you so much. Daniel, you're joining us for the panel a little bit later on at the end of the summit as well. So I look forward to that. But for now, guys, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, after that amazing keynote and that Q&A, we're going to move on to our third keynote, which is going to be delivered by Kevin Sewers, who is the Chief Product Officer, the CPO at Aprimo, who again are one of our amazing sponsors here at this summit. Now, Aprimo offers industry-leading digital asset management and work management solutions that help your teams spend their time and effort on content and marketing strategies that actually drive business outcomes and reach customers in the right channels. Its powerful content operations platform provides organizations with a single source of truth to optimize the way they plan, develop, govern, and deliver exceptional brand experiences at scale. Now, Kevin, who is the CPO, leads product and platform development and ensures Aprimo's technology platform is the leading solution for marketing operations. Prior to Aprimo, Kevin was the Chief Technology Officer at Revenue Inc., the leading through-channel marketing automation platform. In July 2016, Revenue was acquired and merged into Aprimo. Before Revenue, Kevin held several executive positions at Keen Inc., a $1 billion plus leading global IT solutions company recently acquired by NTT Data. Kevin has got such a wealth of experience and we're so pleased to have him with us today. He holds an MBA with a concentration in finance from Boston College, and he received a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry from the University of Notre Dame. And Kevin's keynote is Damn Futures, Damn Origins. To know the future, look at the past. Kevin, all over to you.
I appreciate it. I wasn't expecting such a thorough introduction. As he mentioned, my name is Kevin Sowers, Head of Product R&D, Customer Support, and Product Marketing at Aprimo. We've had plenty of product managers, product marketing folks that usually give these webinars, but this topic definitely caught my eye, Damn Futures, because we invest at Aprimo kind of on a rolling 2-year cycle, and it's my job ultimately, along with my team, to try to predict that future. And so I'll share, what's on our mind. As I thought about this activity and how to go about it, as you heard, I have a thorough background in enterprise IT and in MarTech, but I'm new to DAM, relatively speaking, in that I joined the industry in 2016. So for this presentation, I kind of hit some of our OGs of the DAM industry, both in Europe and the United States, ranging from anywhere from 15 to 20 years of experience, kind of the birth of DAM. And I asked them about what it was back then and what were you trying to achieve? What were the challenges? The reason I did it And I actually enjoyed the exercise quite a bit, and I'll share some of what I learned. I certainly could go more than 20 minutes on some of the things, that we discussed. But the reason I did it is I've found in my 20 plus years in enterprise technology that history tends to repeat itself. Some of the same visceral challenges, natural challenges that occurred, 15, 20 years ago have a nasty habit of resurfacing later. And we're dealing with a lot of those in the industry right now. So we'll hit on some of those as we go through. So if you go back in DAM in 2007, it was, ultimately, as it is today, a seeking of creating the golden source, that one file that you could trust, not have it be replicated, and kind of the system of record for your content. And it was built very much for the publishing industry. We will get into the evolution of that beyond. And by publishing industry, I don't mean book publishers, but I mean the creation of catalogs, brochures, direct mail, and both PIM and DAM very much service that market even way back when. It was interesting, the DAMs would go in and they would literally scan your hard disk. It was a very technology-centric solution. Scan your hard disk, including that folder structure, and it would set that folder structure up for better or worse. It was, ultimately a file organizer, but you still had this nasty little thing where you had one repository as a file server that went out to your printers, your suppliers, et cetera, and then another for all the other assets. And even back then, keeping both in sync was, one of the biggest challenges that customers had. Primary competitor was SharePoint, a little more narrow. Obviously, some of the OGs of the industry like OpenText were already there. But, I think we're up to about 200 DAMs. I heard from one analyst in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, the definition of the category has grown. So much simpler time. IT was definitely the buyers. This was a technology-centric solution. And ultimately, partners own the last mile. And what I mean by that is it was a technology-centric solution. It didn't necessarily come with a packaged UI. And it was up to the developers to create integrations, even whole entire user experiences for specific personas that needed access to the files or needed to work on the files. Meanwhile, as is the theme of this presentation in this industry, there was macro trends going on. The consolidation of technology into big strategics, such as, that year SAP and Oracle started a run of huge acquisitions. And then, of course, that was the year that Android and iPhone came out. And boy, was that a, turning point in the entire world, not just DAM, but, the MarTech industry. So going back, I hit a lot of these points. The UI was for trained administrators. The partners were building it. It was if you follow Jeffrey Moore's theories of system of record, evolution, evolving to systems of enablement, and then ultimately systems of understanding. This was the definition of a system of record. And they began to create UIs for the hardcore power users and the brand librarians, but they still left the business users really to the partners to build custom integration. At the same time, and at this point I was in the industry, we started dealing with, and I was dealing on the execution side. He mentioned I was in through channel marketing automation, which I won't get into the details of, but we were dealing with, the idea of fulfilling modularized content through every single available channel. And this was the time where channels hadn't quite started badly exploding, but boy, the content was already exploding. You had email and pearls and landing pages, and I didn't know it, but I was building a DAM within my platform at the time, just to contain all these different content types. IT was the contracting org, but certainly business was getting more involved in the decision. So you evolved then. I don't have to outline in detail what happened beyond 2010. We've all seen it a million times. We've seen Brinker's explosion of the MarTech ecosystem a million times in the lower right corner. But it was an absolute explosion of channel, content need, of technologies available. I'm sorry, I'm getting a note that my presentation isn't showing. Is that the case? All right, so I hit share screen. Okay. I apologize. Apparently there was technical difficulty. I did have I did have my presentation, I thought, shared, but now we should be there. So this is what I already hit. And at that point, we went through digital transformation. And integration often became with this explosion of technologies. It became hastened and packaged. We all tried, including Primo, buying middleware that quickly hooked things automatically to each other. Everyone was talking about roaming, the need for personalization, localization, and really what the systems, including us, responded with is really a feature and capability Cold War. It's how many features can we build? How can we please the customers? How can we win the demo? How can we win the 250 question RFP? How can we build the atomic bologna slicer that did absolutely everything? And at some point, the number of requirements is just outstripping what a single company could deliver. And we were starting to get that. It became clunky at times, right? All this feature Cold War, which happened in many industries, not just DAM, not just MRM, but in many industries, and trying to aggregate companies and build more features, it became ultimately clunky for the end user. And the end users noticed, and they started to push back. And this trend continues today. The monolith platform, which started with the aggregations of ERPs way back in the day and continued with the marketing clouds through the early 2010s. It's still often looked as the ideal. Hey, let's keep acquiring capabilities and pile them into a centralized thing. And we're seeing it today in the DAM industry in terms of, frequent acquisitions of DAMs by major CMS players. But the one thing I can tell you that we've learned, and we got a list of that from the past, is the recreation of silos. We've spent our time trying to eliminate them, and yet they're starting to form again. Then you go looking again at the history and how that's driving today, heading into 2020, things were good. DAM was cruising along, growing nicely. Our business leaders were still demanding more control, with more requirements, more capabilities needed. The end users were pushing back. AI, burst on the scene in 2016, 2017, did amazing things to help with all the tagging and the scale, and just with a huge leap for the industry. But it started to plateau. It definitely, everyone has it. Everyone's maxed it out. The content needs are still growing. And certainly the concept of modular content, I know from our customers, continues to, be something that we seek, just as we have been for a decade, but still trying to achieve in a lot of cases. And then, like everyone else, March came along. I took this picture. I happened to be in Switzerland that morning, that Wednesday morning. It was the day the NBA shut down. It was the day Trump announced the borders were going to close. And I started my day early morning European time, walking very much unexpectedly into a dead, empty airport. That one person in the picture was a staff member. I was literally the only person. It just shut down like that. And it didn't invent new needs in our industry, but it certainly hastened. Right? All of a sudden, you had a completely distributed workforce, and you had to maintain collaboration. Everyone had to be digital, more digital, because in-face is gone, and we needed faster than ever before because this came on us with unbelievable speed. And all our customers, all our prospects, they're in the same boat. But what I've learned, especially at the enterprise levels, you're not exactly dealing with the same time. Everyone has different needs, and that's where some of the concepts I'm about to hit in come into play. It's not a one size fit all on how you get through that storm. And at the same time, you have all these needs, you're not going to get them all at the same time. The 250 RFP questionnaire is probably going to have some gaps. You take that history and you ask, how can we learn from that history? Because as I said at the outset, history tends to repeat itself, and I believe in many cases it is again in our industry, and try to learn it, right? Learn from it. And so we're going way back to 2007, man, keeping that asset file server and asset repository in sync was the biggest challenge. I heard that time and time again from the folks I interviewed. And, today, we're dealing with the same thing. The idea of one CMS for your website, and that's your primary CMS, and potentially the content, yes, it has to be integrated, but the minute you ignore the fact that there's an explosion of content, I see someone talking about, the metaverse later in this presentation, which is, the latest in the series of new content needs, and affect each company different. As I said, we're all in a different storm. The idea of not over purchasing from a single massive solution and really taking time to say, how are we going to avoid the silos that have been created repeatedly over 20 years? And you really start to listen to the folks in the industry that are talking about, like the Mock Alliance and others on a composable stack. How do I pick in this world of Brinker says it's probably 10,000, 15,000 applications at this point, and integration barriers have been lowered. How do I design the solutions that are appropriate for my particular needs? The question of, is this an IT project or a business project that's been with us for 10 years? The answer is yes, right? It's not one or the other. Business likes to buy packaged software that does everything out of the box. IT likes to design and build, finite, precise stacks that, fit specific stories or requirements. And so we really believe, as a packaged software vendor, we're comfortable that packaged software isn't going anywhere, but we absolutely are redoubling our investments and being, configurable and having kind of a tooling DNA. And I'll get into what that means in a bit. Everyone wants a system of record, right? This goes back, again, over a decade. But then we all, whether it's DAM or other industries, we all say, well, why don't the users want to come over to that system of record? We're at a point, no longer is Creative Cloud the only game in town. No longer is, Slack or the only game in town, or Teams the only game in town. They're not, no matter how good an interface you have, they have a wide range of capabilities. They have horizontal collaboration needs. If you want to get your users to engage fully with your system of record, you need to enable them by meeting them where they are. And that was the case back then. That's why partners existed. That's why DAM 15 years ago was a massive multi-million-dollar implementation, is because you had to build all this up custom. And that appreciation and sympathy to the end user to give them the exact UX they need at the right time for their specific role or their specific persona, it was still a visceral need then. It is now. Definitely some compromises were made as SaaS took over and said, I don't want to spend millions, I'd rather spend $40,000. And some sacrifices were made, for that repeatability, for that, low cost of ownership. And often that was on the back of our end users. How do you solve it, right? Back then we had partners build the business UX, and now what we're looking at a primo more and more is, we have the common user experiences, and those are important, especially for your, light users that are just coming for content. But DAM is so much more now, right? DAM is touching every part of the organization. Content operations is how we label it. And so we have to identify there's left brains, there's right brains, there's creatives, there's compliance lawyers. How do we build them the UX that's appropriate for them? We look at implementation and integration, which was driving so much of that cost. And what integration certainly has become, a lower barrier to entry. You'll hear, I'm sure, many people speaking today about being API first and always build APIs. And quite frankly, that's always been the right way to build. But it's got to go to another level. Where we're investing is integration software development kits, where we can not only integrate easily and you can get a POC up in a matter of hours into the third party, but we want to embed an entire user experience in that third party application. And so you're not just passing data back and forth, you're embedding a native experience in another application in order that the user, you're again meeting them where they are. And we believe heavily in those SDKs, but we also believe they need to be extendable, right? Packaged connectors, as I'll hit on later, have some serious limitations. We still invest in them. It's a necessity in the business. But more and more with our more mature customers, getting back to that tooling DNA, we're talking about open source and these SDKs and allowing them to have functioning connectors if they want to use it out of the box, but also giving them the code so they can extend it to their specific needs to weather the storm. Way back when, folder structure was limited, right? Folder structure sucks. It's not a good way to manage the exponential number of assets, et cetera. And I think most people have realized that and moved away from it in the industry. It is about relationships between individual assets. It's about metadata. It's about findability. This is exploding even more. As modularization, as localization becomes more of an imperative, you're now breaking down what were composite assets, finished assets that used to come out of Creative Cloud and the components that sat in there, and you're looking to reuse those components. So mapping the relationships, mapping them to the processes that are being used to create it, having multiple components across many campaigns, measuring the outcomes, not only the campaigns and the assets, but the components. And doing it as easily as possible. Where can we have automation that makes those links so there's not some kind of person librarian trying to link them manually all together when it's just so huge? That's where we're putting our juice right now. And that's where we think the future of DAM lies. And in fact, we're quite confident about that. Our world got rocked. I remember I was trying to build connectors to Google and Facebook way back 10 years ago. They were changing their APIs seemingly every other quarter. They needed new ad types, content types. We just couldn't keep up. And it was rocking my world. It was rocking your world for those that were around back then. Holy cow, where did this come from in just a 5-year period? Guess what? It never stopped, right? Yeah, that was the first dramatic leap. But the new content types, the metaverse, more digital channels, it's never going to stop. I used to think it would slow down, and it just hasn't, right? And so we're in the boat with you. We're trying to keep up and make sure we're servicing these needs, but just accept it's not going to slow down. The BPM revolution and democratization of smart workflow, pathing based on metadata, AI obviously helped scale challenge immensely. But, as I said before, plateaued, it doesn't mean it still isn't the same answer, right? Except now you need to use what we're working on is using AI for proactive workflow optimization. How can the system tell you what you can do better? And use individual user enablement. I don't want to automate your job, but how can I use AI if you're a compliance person to highlight where you might want to take a closer look? Or if you're a contributor user or an ideating, here are things based on your history and what you've been involved with that we think is appropriate for you. And then Romy has been the hated term for 20 years in marketing. It's not only not going anywhere, but it's more precise. We're looking to measure return on effort, whether it's the work put in, the agency dollars spent, the time and recycles done, the level of reuse for every individual asset, and not bury it in a report, but put it into the user experience for every individual decision. The goal hasn't changed. It's all in the name of having that golden source. Boy, how we get there and how we use it and what can it mean to a company and the return of value, as the person who Canto said at the outset, it's a no-brainer. I will hit on a few more of those voices of the past really quickly to wrap this up. I would say you future-proof yourself by listening to those voices. First, the system of record. The number of companies we work with that just want to protect their users from whether it's a rogue user or whether it's compliance risk and put in detailed controls. You're pushing them away. You're pushing them away, and they have legitimate workarounds to work together and just come back to you for system of record. And so don't try to automate it completely. Don't try. The corollary also is don't robotize things and say AI can make everything just easy. Talented, high-paid people don't like to hear that a system's going to do their job for you, and they'll just wait for the system to slip up. Enable them. Don't control them. And this idea of the atomic bologna slicer that can do everything, make your coffee in the morning and tuck your kids in at night every 250 questions, it doesn't exist, right? You have a lot of vendors on here. You know, each one has unique differentiators. Really make decisions and self-awareness of what's important to you, rather than just grab the magic package, think you'll implement it, and all will be well. And I'll close with this. You know, the need to scale content operations is hard, right? And modular content's even harder. And you know, we have one of the world's leading dams, but we can't just give you an easy button, right? The technology will enable you, it will be there, but you need to dig in and you need to start somewhere. If you're not already trying to scale your content operations, you need to start. It's not going to slow down. I hit on package connectors, focus on the ones that are most important, and make them work for you. Look for the open source extensions, and then just use the off the shelf when it's not mission critical. And finally, it's both a Primo and other leading vendors in the industry. We're investing a lot in planning up front, right? The idea of planning, especially if you're going to have modular content localized across many geos in the world, you better plan that up front, or else you're not going to get the benefit. And so it's our job to build and enable you to do that better. And a number of the industry I know is investing heavily in that. And of course, you need to measure in the back. And if you haven't started, it's not just a file repository. If you haven't started, start somewhere. Hey, did this asset get used like the way we thought it would be? Eventually, you'll use that feedback loop to plan more up front, and eventually the two will meet. I apologize for not showing the first few slides, but certainly want to open it up to Q&A.
Kevin, thank you so much for that presentation. Don't worry about the technical glitch, it happens all the time. Kevin, a couple of questions for you. The first question we've got, do you feel as though the year 2020 changed the future of DAM?
Do I feel that, yeah. As I hit my presentation, the year 2020 was huge. The industry exploded, right? Everyone on this phone experienced an uptick, and it was because we were solving a visceral need. And it was a visceral need that people at first realized, hey, we got to accelerate this and do it and get something in place. And certainly we had quick implementations, record year. But now they're saying, okay, how can we use this more? Great, we have collaboration and content in place. How can we make this a critical part of our, content architecture stack? And we need content more than ever. It was the most transformative year that's ever occurred for the DAM industry. And if you haven't changed your behaviors after that, your purchase decisions, how you leverage your technology, you're really missing the boat, and you're going to be left behind.
Okay, perfect. And someone has asked, can you describe how the AI-powered content optimization streamlines collaboration and optimizes assets?
How the AI content optimization, repeat it, I'm sorry. A lot of
Can you describe how the AI-powered content optimization streamlines collaboration and optimizes assets? It's quite a question.
Yeah, I will tell you, our view, and we were early along with Adobe, having AI as a key part of our go-to-market and of our platform. And, the one thing I've said consistently in speaking events is AI is not a party trick, right? It hasn't been a party trick in a long time, since Microsoft first showed me in Redmond what they were working on 8 years ago, and it was kind of funny. This has to be not, ooh, I'm doing AI. It has to be part of your ongoing process, and it has to be subtle, and it has to be enabling of the end user. It's, hey, it started with, you don't have to tag, we'll tag it for you. But now where we want to go with it, as I said, that's plateauing. Everyone has tagging, it's all great. Mobius or AWS or Google or Microsoft are behind it all. It's pretty, you're going to have an on-par experience for the most part. And if you don't, you can train it. I think most of us have trainable AI models now. Where AI needs to go next is, pull off the user data, pull off the type of campaign you're doing, look at the outcomes, look at the workflows, and literally start proactively nudging, not controlling, nudging the right content, the right process steps, the right people into the mix. And that's what we're working on earlier. The most clear example is compliance. In pharmaceutical, for example, there's a lot of talk of, can we make a business rules engine that will, control all the rules of creating all the massive amount of content that we have to create for a drug launch? Their medical legal review people don't like to be told that you'll do their job for them. And if you are only 99% accurate in saying I'm going to do your job for you, they are going to hate it because they will call out that 1%. And that is why you need these talented people. So don't try to control, build systems that allow talented people to enable to do what they do best, rather than messing around with clicking or trying to find stuff. Ultimately, they want to get their job done. They want to do well. They want to go get home to their kids, feed them dinner. What can we do to enable their talents better using AI?
Perfect. Thank you. And Kevin, one more question for you. Earlier on in your presentation, you mentioned individual user enablement. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, it's an extension of that AI, right? So the compliance folks that I mentioned, the individual user that logs in, we all forget it at heart. You still got people logging into various portals and collections and spaces in order, because they need some content, right? You know, so much of it is pumped by API to different channels now, but there's still that. How do you build out that user object, understand what they've used in the past, understand their role, and try to forward it to the individual, not because we think this is the hot content of the day or because this is what the business is promoting, but that individual user. How can I make your life easier by not giving you a generic experience and letting you sort and filter and facet through it, but actually focus on you? Obviously, you know, it's a journey we're still on. There's GDPR you have to remember. And so you got to find that balance. But that, when we talk about the future of Dan, that is what's motivating our investments right now.
Amazing. Well, Kevin, thank you so much for your time. You're going to be joining us again at the end of the summit for the panel discussion as well. So Kevin, thank you so much for now, and we'll see you later on.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And that was Kevin, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a quick 9 to 10 minute break, and then we'll be back for loads more keynotes. So we'll see you real soon.
Whether you're rebranding, launching a digital transformation initiative, increasing operational efficiency, or simply trying to keep the marketing machine humming along smoothly, the challenge is always the same. Do more with less and do it better. But no matter your objective, Binder provides solutions to scale with the content demands of brands that want to make an impact, helping you to stay compliant, consistent, and best of all, creative. With Binder, you can accelerate content creation, collaborate better, organize and reuse your content, stay on brand, go to market quickly, and increase operational efficiency. Leading brands choose us because we are the DAM platform that marketers love to use. We're known for providing the best UX, which makes DAM adoption easy, so you can unlock the full value of your content and marketing programs. Our in-house expertise ensures that onboarding, rollout, and adoption is as effortless as possible for you, while our support team offers 24/7 assistance across the globe. We're the most scalable and secure DAM out there. Binder is built on the most reliable back-end technologies, coupled with the most rigorous security certifications available, which means you can trust your brand's content is always secure and available at a moment's notice. We provide out-of-the-box integrations with other systems in your tech stack, as well as a powerful API to ensure seamless interoperability so you can create a digital ecosystem that supports your marketing goals. We are Binder. We enable teams to collaborate in the cloud, keep up with the growing demand for content, and get the right assets to the people and systems that need them.
Our mission is to simplify content operations and empower people to create, manage, and accelerate beautiful and performant digital experiences.
ScaleFlex delivers the most scalable, flexible, and performant digital asset management SaaS solution to either marketing team or tech team so they can organize, collaborate, optimize, and publish the best omnichannel digital experiences.
We built a cross-cultural and remote team able to deliver efficiently quality product for digital asset management and media optimization. Since 2018, as a bootstrap company, we managed to build a very strong team and win more than 1,000 customers across 50 countries.
Start unleashing the full power of your images, videos, and other media assets now.
We had a very big welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your break. We had some fantastic keynotes before our break. We've now got lots more fantastic keynotes coming up now. And our next keynote is from Krista Lorix, who is a DAM specialist at Paperfly, another one of our amazing sponsors today. Paperfly empowers people to shine and provide a better way. They uncomplicate the complicated, automating previously difficult marketing tasks to help deliver real value through brand activation management by Paperfly TM. Every brand has a promise, and Paperfly is to deliver quality, consistency, and efficiency for each and every one of our industry-leading clients. If you believe that there's a better way for your teams to be more productive, then you've found the answer. Our speaker is Krista, who's worked with implementing DAM solutions for more than 20 years. He is currently a senior DAM BAM consultant in the Paperfly customer success team. And his keynote is Damn to BAM. So Krista, over to you. I believe that we might have a bit of a technical hitch. Just going to check. Krista, are you there?
Now I'm here. Hello. Hi.
All yours, Krista.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me see that my screen is up and running too. So here we are. Okay. And will you help me telling me that I'm online with my presentation?
We can't see it just yet. You're going to need to share your screen.
Yeah, sorry, I'll go back a little. And share screen, of course. Like this. And now you see my full screen?
Not yet. We can just see your full screen now. We're there.
Okay, from DAM to BAM, right? Okay, let's start. Well, I'm not going to talk so much about a specific product or anything. I have been working with these DAM issues for like 20 years with different systems. And one thing that hit me, you know, you sit down and you think, why are things as they are? So I sort of summoned this in and put it together in a little presentation that I'll go through with you here. This comes from having met, you know, many clients during their purchases processes, and they're looking for systems and everything, and you end up in this price discussion and everything. But anyway, let's go back a little. And I thought, you know, building the brand, as everyone knows, costs a fortune or two, and their in management are very willing to invest. And also redesigning the brand, another sack of money going in there. So here we can put in a lot of money. And then you say, well, securing the brand, how do you do this? And I can say that I usually say when I go to a marketing department, maybe this is not you, but many of our clients, when you talk with them, oh, sorry, not clients, but marketing departments, they rely on folder structures or disparate systems where they have stuff spread out. So on this shaky ground, you keep all those valuable assets you have developed to support your brand. Well, so this is really an area that also should have a lot of investment. Easy to forget, it seems, because they do this rebranding and everything, and then the marketing and communication are supposed to just secure everything. And you know how it is, all these questions about the latest version or something, where can I get this material? Sales comes in and wants the most recent presentations, and people are looking and finding and searching everywhere. And this is still, you know, has been going for 20 years. It's a little better now, but it's still very much a reality. So this obviously is this why we are searching for these DAMs, because you need all of your assets, especially your brand assets, in one place where people can go and find it. And I say this one place, no matter which system you put in here to keep track of your assets, just to get mentally people to be aware of this one place to go. This is a real achievement when you can reach that. And so this was the first thing, you know, that to secure your brand and your assets, that really needs a good investment and really looking into it. And then I thought about all these assets, because when you do presentations and stuff, you get a lot of questions and you try to cover them, and you say this, we can do this, we can do that. And it's hard to sort out for everybody in the room when you're talking about this, which are the most important questions? And anyway, this pyramid I have here, it represents all the assets, the marketing, collateral assets inside an organization. So I thought this is how I see it, because the main bulk where you have the biggest number and data storage, they are the UFOs, unidentified assets, just somewhere. They don't there and they take up a lot of space. And there are some roles, some users who really wants this done to get rid of stuff we don't need. And the need from a DAM then, of course, is to have an overview to compare and approve and delete stuff. Then you have next level, work in progress. Here you have another users who have other requests and wishes. And they are in part of the creative process where they are, creating the end stuff that's going to be used. So there are other needs for these assets. Then you have the brand assets, the final approved and current marketing assets. And here we have the sales, the marketing department, and we have communications. Everyone wants this stuff and needs it to do their job. So this is the real goal. And for this little tiny pyramid, we top of the pyramid, we should do stuff that support and strengthens the brand, support sales and marketing. And if we take this pyramid now, look at it like this. So the smallest amount, the gold stuff is on the top. I would say the value and the benefits for the organization is like the value of it is, as you see, totally opposite. Because of course, to clean up in the bottom here, you can get rid of a lot of stuff. It has some value, and life gets easier for creating things, and it gets good for some people. But when you're the top stuff, that's for the whole world, really. That's where you have an effect. This is where the investment really must cover. And to do that, usually a DAM is not, and having this DAM thinking is not enough. Then you need to move over to brand activation management thinking here. So when you have your top of the pyramid, that's where the real value is. And we can sort of dim out the rest. Because you have, as I showed you have other needs for the two lower levels. But for these top level assets, you really need to do good things. And any DAM and any system can download different variants, and you can have asset sharing and stuff. But you need to do more with all your assets. I mean, to begin with, I just show you this image is nothing special, but it's like you should be able to navigate smarter in a more fun way, interactive way that leads you logically to the right place. And then you also should be able to directly create marketing collateral directly in the system. Because you have your assets, you have your local affiliates, partners, they need to create stuff. Yeah, you do it from within the system, the one place, creating as much usability inside this one-stop shop as possible. Also, I mean, on video creation for content, this should be done inside the browser. So many ads and images, the same. You have everything here, and you can just let people create. End users that don't have much idea at all about to care for the brand. They only know a date, they know what they want to say, something, and they want to invite people maybe, but the form and everything is in place. So this branded template technology you should put on here. And of course you have the same goes for banners and stuff. So you put your brand assets to life, to good use for the organization. And naturally, brand guidelines should be here too. So you need as many reasons as possible to go to this one place. And here you can communicate around your stuff. So it's like, I mean, you should have your campaign plannings and everything available for the organization. And naturally to see which assets are used and when and so on, and which are not used, so we can see why are they not used? Are we not communicating them, or is it because they're not good enough? So having this one place instead of this one place based on a super strong good dam, and then having these other technologies all in this one-stop shop. That's a really good way to get the organization to use stuff and get them used to this one place. I know I said it 100 times now, but I cannot stress it enough how important this is. And a few things, if you're starting a dam project, I would say we also sat down our team and we said, what did this project be a success on, that one not, and so on, you know. And before we tell the clients, start with asking yourself really why over and over and over to find the core issues, why you should really have this. And of course, set up a vision. In this case, I'd say like the home for our brand. This is what we're striving for. Make it doable by breaking it down to smaller steps, easily achieved with big effects. And remember also, it's not a project. It's, of course, a project to have it in place. But then the real work starts to constantly review and refine and go for the input from your users. How are you finding stuff? Is it working? What you need? And then refine and continue to work with it. And the goal, of course, should be something measurable that you can also really check. How many is using the brand hub and knows about this one place to go for all our stuff? And one thing that's been through all these years, you go to the client after a year or two, we discussed it, and you say sometimes, okay, how is it going now? You're working? Yes, we have a lot of images. We have 15,000 images, or 100,000 or 2,000. So what do the users say? Well, they think it's so hard to find anything. Oh my God. And this is much better now. But in the beginning, this was typical because it was difficult with the taxonomies and how the filtering was not as good. But with this in mind, it's still there that people are complaining that don't find what they really need. So another sort of mantra you can have in your head is like, we should have a solution that makes it possible for us to serve our end users on a silver platter. We don't want to hear anything about they can't find it. That should be the challenge. Why can't you find it? Then we don't present it good enough. So this little simple presentation, but sort of based on what I've experienced during these years, it's not so much about heavy technologies and stuff. It's more about how people are and their own work, in which position and everything. So maybe, I hope you get something out of this, but that's my little message for you. Sorry. Mm-hmm. So now I can take any questions if you want.
Krista, firstly, thank you so much for delivering that presentation. We really do appreciate it. I'm just going to give it a couple of moments just to see if we get any questions pop through. If not, we'll move on to our next keynote. But I will just give it just a few moments just to see if anything does pop up. And of course, guys, while we're waiting to see if any questions do come through for Krista, we do still have a few more keynotes to go, and then that will be followed by our panel discussion. And just to let you know, that panel discussion is going to be on the topic of Let me just quickly find that topic for you. Future of digital asset management in 2022 and beyond, trends that we cannot afford to miss. So that is going to be our panel discussion a little bit later on. Krista, we do have a couple of questions for you that have just sprung in, so thank you for those. Leah Hebner has asked, how do you solicit feedback from your end users?
Well, I would like to say that, well, we have a questionnaire inside, of course, in our, we have it, but we also go through the reporting, you know, you can see how it's used, and then the tool is not there, you know, you should have this elegant tool. So I see that we really should, I don't have a solution for it. It's done at the companies, you know, you have questionnaires, you can go on any of these questionnaire applications to ask them and give examples why you don't find and what's your views on this. So I don't have a really good final solution for you, but the important thing is to do this questionnaire and to ask them.
Okay, perfect.
And
our next question, Krista, is how easy is the DAM platform to use?
Well, you mean our platform?
I'm assuming.
Or any platform. Shall I speak for ours? You know, I work with different systems, and I can say all systems you're looking at will present you with thumbnails, you can search, you have a category tree, you can write, you will find the stuff. So on that side, most systems, on the admin side, where you ingest things, they're pretty much the same. What I like about what you should do in a modern system is for the end user, that the admins, the editors can put stuff out there that are already filtered, that you can communicate with, and you can sort of just this silver platter. This is really easy to use. It's not a consultancy thing. We do onboardings like 2-3 times with 1.5 hour each of these web sessions, and then they are mostly going by themselves, creating interfaces for the end users with filtered presentations of the correct stuff, and you know, putting all assets on one content page for a campaign, for example, is a lovely, easy idea. But if you have the DAM there, you can put everything there, videos, you know, sound spots, everything, just getting it up. So I would say the delivery side is what I like best, and which is really simple to use.
Perfect. And following on from that, someone else has asked, is it possible for business users to customize the DAM models or settings? And if it is possible, how easy is it to be customized to their preferences?
Oh, also, again, in the back end, it's very easy when you set it up to get the right fields and have your input the metadata and everything, so, but also that's not a big issue for most modern systems. They should be very flexible in that part. The big ones are, but it's how easy is it to create something that delivers something on brand. You know, you can create easily exactly your branded brand hub. This is something that's really is nice to present the stuff in the on brand, the correct stuff. But yeah, maybe it's not an answer, but it's rather easy to just go with the client's wishes and set it up, these fields, and you do this, and you have a category tree like this. And remember, when you check different systems, the category tree should be dynamic, because this is a legacy from the old times. You have long category trees like this, and when you click and select, it should compress and you collapse until you only have, you sort of refine your search like this. Little thing to think about, actually. Yes.
Okay, perfect. And Krista, one more question for you. How do I know if BAM is right for me or my company?
Oh, well, I would say everyone needs to have a protect a brand in a good way, and most need, say like this, it's really necessary if you have a big organization where you have it spread out, you have local offices, you work on different continents, you need to keep the brand together, although you are geographically spread out. Then of course this one place to go to where you can put the stuff in, you have the guidelines in one place for the whole world, is always there. So most companies really benefit from it because it's scalable. You don't need to put everything in there. You can just have a dam and you have a good presentation side of it, and then you add the needs you have, template technology for this, and you do this. But you can always start with set up a good brand guidelines and the correct assets for it.
Okay, perfect. Well, Krista, thank you so much for taking your time to not only answer those great questions from our attendees, but also for delivering your keynote presentation as well. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your question. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Krista Lorix from one of our sponsors here, Paperfly. And we're going to move on to keynote number 5 now. That our speaker is Nitin Gore, and he is the Global Head of Digital Asset Technology Design at State Street. Now, Nitin has recently joined State Street Digital as Managing Director, leading digital asset and technology design, with aspirations to transition part of the company's financial market infrastructure and its clients to the new digital economy. In a previous role, Nitin served as founder and director of IBM Digital Asset Labs, committed to devising industry standards, use cases and working towards making blockchain for enterprise in a reality. In parallel, Nitin also served as CTO of IBM WorldWire, a cross-border payment solution utilizing digital assets. Nitin holds MS in Management Information Systems and an MBA in Finance from the University of Maryland. Nitin was also appointed as an IBM Distinguished Engineer and had recognition of Master Inventor with a rich patent portfolio. And Nitin delivers a keynote on business imperatives of digital assets and metaverse. So Nitin, over to you.
Disabled, but nonetheless, I just wanted to thank the organizers here for to look into what metaverse is and what are the imperatives around it. Because oftentimes we look at metaverse as it to be something which is mostly tied to AR, VR, and some of the virtual reality elements. So I've taken some time to break this down and sort of core elements of digital assets and blockchain technology and Web 3.0 elements that intersect in providing that that oftentimes is confused with modalities of AR and VR. So again, the idea of this next 15 minutes is to essentially inspire as to educate and go through the journey. So let's define what it is. And I went and looked into a bunch of definitions of what is metaverse, including the first mention of that in Snow Crash, where oftentimes you look into what Wired magazine says and what Forbes magazine has said, both in terms of the fact that you could basically replace metaverse with cyberspace, and 90% of what you apply still applies to that sense, but also make sense of it in terms of what is it completely a revolutionary element to where we are with Web 2.0, or it's an evolution of where we are with how we consume information, how we post information, and that's where I think the concept of metaverse really intersects with the Web 3.0 agenda, and we'll touch upon that a little bit more. So at the end of the day, if you look at some of the elements of metaverse, it ties to tokenization, and there are elements of semantic web here in terms of the journey of Web 1.0, where we consume information, then move to Web 2.0, where we were interactive with this web, and that fueled a lot of business models, where suddenly now your LinkedIn and your Google consume the information, and suddenly now the thought process was that we are not in control of our identity, we're not in control of our data, we're not in control of as an individual. And you have the centralized platforms that have not only monetized you yourself as an individual, but also the data that surrounds you. And not to mention some of the social imperatives that go with it, which is disinformation, misinformation, and the internet that was never designed to move value suddenly now has been heavily monetized by and exploited, if I may add, by a few. And so this whole element of what Web 3.0 and what blockchain technology enables for metaverse to enable is the ability for us to exchange value, whether the value is in form of cryptocurrency, which is the genesis of this, but also value in terms of how we look at data. Can we tokenize your identity, and your avatars represent your ability to do business and assert and verify your identity, and looking into how you own data and if you tokenize the data and be able to monetize the data itself by lending your data and giving access to your, for instance, healthcare records and other details like credit reports. That's the imperative that we're going after. So the fundamental question goes to what is the underlying technologies and asset tokenization elements that fuel the metaverse, which is dependent upon our ability to be able to exchange value. And value not just in terms of monetary value, but value of things that we truly value, whether it's your heirloom or, like I mentioned earlier, identity, your healthcare records, all these different elements that go with it. So tokenization itself is the process of how we create those things so we can move these value with ownership, trust, and trade are the few sort of tenets of the underlying tech, but also looking into what does a token represent. For example, if we are trying to value everything, how does something derive value and who's it valuable to and valuable for? And that is something which I think requires an enormous amount of infrastructure build up, which I will discuss in a few minutes, but also the ability for us to be able to provide a valuation mechanism, only because in many cases, as you're traversing and moving these asset classes and values from one ecosystem to another ecosystem, there has to be some mechanism for the ecosystem to value those different tokens, especially when they are non-bankable tokens, the assets that are they don't fit the traditional definition of how we define value to, let's say, your car, your house, your mortgages, your stocks and bonds, and so on and so forth. And then looking into what is really an underlying asset that the token represents. So these are some of the fundamental tenets that I look into now when I look into someone's looking at a metaverse and we bring up VR headset. And my thinking there is that oftentimes that AR, VR, a interactive experience of modalities. This is how we interact with the system. But at the end of the day, what are those elements that drive the exchange of value or the movement of value, which is with implied trust that the underlying blockchain and DLT technologies provide? So in many cases, these tokens don't necessarily exist in isolation. They are oftentimes a byproduct of a digital asset, which is again a byproduct of tokenization technologies, and you have smart contracts that facilitate a seamless exchange with certain rules embedded into them. And then is the foundational layer, which facilitates a transactional mechanism for us to be able to move these values between various participants, various wallets. And to me, none of these things exist in isolation. So this is the fundamental powering technology that has been evolving for over 13 years now. And we have come to this metaverse conversation because of that evolution. And you will see that in a minute, where to me, this is the fundamental slide. I spent a lot of time on this simplistic slide to explain what metaverse is. And I would like to give an example of the fact that you could be a gamer. You could sort of define a ability to earn a gaming artifact, let's say a sword that took you 100 hours of gaming to play, and suddenly that sword becomes a valued asset, which you have dedicated your skill in your time. And suddenly now you would like to monetize that earning that you've done. So you would go to a platform that allows you to be able to exchange that sword, whether you want to buy or sell or collateralize that sword, and financialize that element where your borrowing will rely upon you borrowing, let's say, a stable coin or Ethereum ecosystem, and then eventually going towards using those stable coins or those crypto assets in exchange of other things of value, or simply converting them into fiat through one of the on-ramp, off-ramp that the stablecoin ecosystem has to offer. So you can imagine that for this sort of skit to come to life, you need to, one, there's an NFT ecosystem, there's an entire gaming ecosystem, there's an entire decentralized financing. They evolve on their own sort of blockchain networks. They have their own ecosystems. They have their own smart contracts. And so for you to easily traverse these value from one ecosystem to another ecosystem, hence metaverse, you're taking value system of one universe and going to another universe and eventually transferring those values through these ecosystem, requires a lot of underlying support of foundational technologies. And that's what I call them as Web3 or foundation, where suddenly you have decentralized governance, that each of these ecosystems have their own economic system, they have their own incentive economic models, they have their own technical underpinnings, they have their own walleting structures. But the ability for a different ecosystem, for example, an ecosystem that lets you financialize your things that you treasure, that you value, and be able to ensure there's a verification validation system, that there's no loss, a permanent loss of your asset, and of when we move this particular asset from one ecosystem to another ecosystem, is what we're really going after. And so to enable that, we need to have resilient technology, we need to have resilient infrastructure, we need to have bridging protocols, we need to have information about the asset that moves from one ecosystem to another ecosystem. And to me, that's essentially what we're building. And so all the conversation around the modalities of you wearing a VR, which gives you, again, as an avatar, it's your identity, you represent your identity, the things that you own in your wallets, and wallets could be in multiple ecosystems, and interchangeable assets to where you want to move the value systems, I think is essentially the fundamental tenets of the metaverse. So the question then becomes is how we monetize this. What is the business imperatives? What are the business values? Who's really making money from this? Besides the element of the fact that you can go and experience this from a perspective. So there are some of these elements that I looked into. A few elements of is immersion, which is navigating through 3D, AR, VR. Looking into the persistence layer, which is your digital identity. Today, the identity manifests itself in form of wallet or some sort of a user ID and password, which is still a Web3 or access point into the system. But the idea there is for us to be able to ensure that our identity persists across various ecosystems. That for that to happen again, you need to ensure that your ability to verify and validate is there in every ecosystem. And that today is missing, which I think is an opportunity that many entrepreneurs can look into, is ability for us to have not just a verifiable claim across the various ecosystems, but ensuring that our identity persists in these ecosystems and is understood by those ecosystems. And then at the end of the day, most of the ecosystem is all about communities. So communities' ability to value a asset class that doesn't necessarily belong or emanate from that community is another imperative that I think is an important part. That you take a sword and somebody understands that the sword has a value, to my previous example, and offers you either as a collateral instrument or offers you a different value instrument, and realizing that that sword has a certain value points that can easily be traded and sold in future, and has some level of fungibility built into it. And that gives rise to a lot of peer-to-peer virtual economies. And that's why I think the expansive nature of what many of the think tanks and financial houses have viewed this is that the fact that suddenly now we're taking this unbankable assets and providing value exchange mechanisms has an enormous potential in terms of how we are addressing this in different ecosystems and the exponential finance that this creates. And I begin to use that term more in my conversation, that what is exponential finance is suddenly now everything is a financial transaction. And that leads to some of these sort of elements that we need to address both from technology perspective, but also as the ecosystems evolve. So some of the benefits that we see, we have seen this again during pandemic elements, is what can we do in terms of metaversical elements. Travel and tourism is a huge potential, I think. Finance is a huge potential. We begin to see new business models. Healthcare apparently is a massive potential, where suddenly now your avatar, which carries your healthcare data, is suddenly able to visit a doctor's office and be your doctor's. And while you're still relying upon the data elements of it, but the experience becomes a bit more immersive in terms of how you're diagnosed, and eventually at some point, if you do need a surgery, then there's a physicality to it. But that enhanced experience in having access to your virtual self from the experts around the world, I think provides an enormous amount of potential. That suddenly we're dealing with your avatar and all the data sort of gels into making that analysis. Ability for you to be able to take your experience and monetize your travel experience that's tied to, let's say, an airline and your frequent flyer mileages, and ability for other airlines to recognize that type of potential and be able to move that experience. So I think some of these are true business experience, whether it's marketing, branding efforts, healthcare data efforts, digital twin type capabilities, where we begin to see some of those elements where we have robotic, mechanics. We've seen that with Boston, Boston Scientific, where you've seen this, robotic dogs, and to be able to go in areas where human life would be at peril. So some of these things, I think, to me, are entering that space, but we do need to have a much more robust infrastructure to arrive, at that point. Quick touch point on Web 1, Web 2, Web 3. I think the reason why we're discussing metaverse is the fact that these are dependent upon the Web 3.0 imperatives, where suddenly now the use cases, the technology, and the business model is being twisted, it's being turned around from the Web 2.0 models. We want to be able to ensure that we are looking at semantic web, which is turning around your data and providing it a value instrument, giving you the ability to ensure that we are building a new protocol to transfer value, which today still relies upon the protocol that is designed to move information, is still used to move value. And I think that some of those are subtle imperatives that we are trying to address, which again, we've seen with all the vulnerabilities, with all the hacks that we've seen, is because of shortcomings of the technical platform that was never designed to move value. And we have essentially being able to add layers and layers of protocol to be able to achieve that objective. But I think it's come to a point now that the entire infrastructure is falling short of delivering the promise of trade, trust, and ownership as fundamental tenets. And that's essentially what Web 3.0 is. So what you'll find as some of the imperatives of wallet and tokens and decentralized financing, layer 1, layer 2, these are foundational components that are evolving. At the end of the day, we're looking at decentralized governance, which implies that whatever we are building today is truly a global system. Ability for me to transfer value across the globe is going through the singular system, and then comes the Web 3.0 imperatives. The metaverse becomes a Web 3.0 application of sorts. And it's important you classify that. Otherwise, oftentimes in our vernacular and in our conversations, many of these terms are used interchangeably that confuses the narrative that we are trying to communicate with this, that at that point, I'm looking at this in terms of what is the token economy, what is driving the ability for us to define the various value points around a token, what's a fungible token, what's a non-fungible token, and looking into complexity of these assets as they move. And I'm looking at the next Amazons of this industry and of this world that go with it. So these are some of the imperatives of how many of the layers are monetizing today, and this is also going through its own transformation, where you either have a layer 1 token that's monetizing the network effect, and you have commercialization of protocol that many of the protocols are trying to achieve, Polygon being an example. And then you have, again, asset pair trading elements. These are some of the underlying business models that are emerging, and you'll hear the terms like tokenomics, which is not new anymore, but I begin to now look into tokenomic structures as we digitize and as we sort of bring this notion of a autonomous sort of organization, which is manifestation of a typical corporation, into a digital form. Is how do you essentially drive the incentive economic system for its sustainable presence on the network? So again, some of these slides here, again, you'll see here some of the valuation that you see from Citi and more. Suddenly now we are creating new transactions, new ecosystems, new markets, new digital assets. And that's why the industry is excited about providing this massive valuation numbers. And again, these are 10-year horizons that we're looking at. And we've already seen $1 trillion being created in the last 5 to 6 years, especially in the last 5 to 6 years. And again, we begin to see the notion of exponential finance coming to life, that suddenly now the globe is your marketplace. You're no longer confined to the regions that you operate or you live in. If you have an Ether today, you can have access to the same DeFi ecosystem no matter where you are in the world on the Ethereum ecosystem, for example. Or like, for example, if you have a Solana, then you can have access to all the Solana marketplaces, Solana projects. And that is the power of where some of the sizing that you begin to see on these slides is coming from. I'm going to take a pause, only because how do you define a strategy? But 15 minutes was too short to cover a lot of this content that I wanted to bring to table. But I'll take a pause and hand it back to you for any Q&A, which I think would make it more interesting. Rob?
Nitin, thank you. I forgot to click on mute. I've done it now. Nitin, thank you so much for that presentation. I was there muted. Apologies, guys. Nitin, I've got a couple of questions for you. So Saya has asked, when we think about traditional creative content types and formats like Creative Suite, video, etc., do you foresee new types of content being required to support the metaverse, such as 3D assets and other types? And then kind of following on from that, what do creative teams and content managers need to be forecasting to support 5 years from now?
No, I think that's a brilliant question. And the answer to that is it's TBD, it's evolving. And I would completely agree that our content consumption today is very singular in the sense that we are looking at Netflix and we're looking at YouTube, for example, and this is content creators create a content, you have centralized platforms, and we consume the content from those centralized platforms. And I think that industry itself, and I spent some time with media entertainment industry, has experimented with providing alternative ending to movies, that you are able to choose some level of interactivity. And it's not exactly mainstream yet, but the concept is interesting, that you're watching a movie and you would like to have an alternative ending, and you can either surprise yourself or choose how you want the movie to end. Of course, that takes away from some of the surprising elements to it, but then you still have some interactive and some participation from the viewers. Similarly, I think that, and this is very prevalent in gaming systems, right? Gaming systems are very, very adaptive in nature, that if you're interacting with gaming systems and you want to live in this virtual world, then you are dealing with various artifacts of your virtual life, your digital twin, the content that you create, similar to our real lives, that choices we make leads to the consequences. You would have to create a 3D version of some of those choices that you make in your virtual life that you live in the metaverse. So I would agree that there's a lot of monetization to be done, both from software libraries, the ability for you to be able to create a lot of 3D elements, but also content that goes with it, indicating that these are the choices you have, and depending on choices you make, your life direction changes. Of course, what we have seen in today's metaverse is that the digital real estate, and that's a prime example, there's no scarcity of digital real estate. So the valuation of real estate is quite different in the real world than it is in the digital world. Similarly, if it's a virtual world and I can rewind my life in the virtual world, then what will that take shape? So we have to factor in some of these consequential elements that will lead to the sort of the content and the modality design that I think Siri is asking about, or Sarah is asking about, if that makes sense.
Okay, perfect. And actually, the same person who asked that question whilst you were answering has kind of followed up with another question.
Sure.
So Saya also asked, is there any resources or books that you, Nitin, would suggest reading to learn more about this emerging space?
So that's a very broad question, because metaverse itself is evolving at the moment, and I would not go with books at this point in time. I read a lot. I spend 4 to 5 hours a day keeping up with the industry at a technology level, at economics level, and you'll usually find that most blockchain people are economists, they're technologists, and they're legal people too. So I think what I would do is I would spend more time in collecting nuggets and collecting your sort of mind mapping of at technology level, but also in terms of evolutionary elements of who are the players in the space that you can follow and understand the technical stack. I wouldn't go down the path of reading books yet, even though there are some interesting books out there, only because by the time you finish those books, the landscape would have shifted. So I would focus more on grabbing those little nuggets and understanding and creating a framework in your, as a mind map before we go down the path. And then you had to pick your swim lane, because it's too vast a space to master, I think.
Okay, perfect. And Nitin, we've got one more question for you before you head off. Someone has asked, how do you choose a BAM system that works for them? What should they be thinking about when they choose their BAM?
So also a TBD. And I think that from a business perspective, you have to pick a vertical in metaverse for you to choose the BAM system that go on the DAM system. This is the digital asset management system. So if you pick a DeFi versus a metaverse, then eventually you have to have the bridging between the two. So in my example, if I'm financializing my sword that is coming from a gaming ecosystem, then I have to deal now with two of those sort of business applications that are, on top. So I think to me, it's still a open question. I don't think there's I've been in the space for like a decade now. I still find a lot more open questions that we haven't resolved. So that's, to me, is an opportunity as well.
Okay, perfect. Well, Nitin, thank you so much for taking time, not only for your presentation, but also for answering these fantastic questions by our attendees. You may be joining us for our panel later. That is to be confirmed, depending on timing. So if we see you later, I look forward to it. If not, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Nitin. And we're going to move straight on with our next keynote. And our speaker next is Emil Novikov, who is the CEO at Scaleflex, who is another one of our amazing sponsors at this event. Now, Scaleflex is a global leading B2B SaaS company developing the most powerful and scalable digital asset management and media acceleration solutions. Their mission is to load, store, organize, optimize, publish, and accelerate all media assets, including images, videos, static files such as JS and CSS files for websites and mobile applications. Now, Emil is the co-founder and CEO at Scaleflex, the company behind File Robot, the first DAM combining headless and collaborative DAM features in one single platform. And Emil is delivering a keynote on headless architecture and APIs powering the future ready DAM. So Emil, over to you. So Emil, you're currently muted. We can't.
I need to unmute myself. Hi, can you hear me now?
We can hear you and we can see your screen.
Thank you. Excellent. Thanks everyone for joining. Really excited to be here. I'm, as already introduced, Emil from Scaleflex, and I'm here to talk about hopefully something which is new to you. People talk a lot about headless in the CMS space, but we are applying this concept in the DAM space, and this is what I want to show you today. So, to start with, a little poll. I would like to know, what do you know about headless DAM? First answer is never heard of it. Second answer is heard of it, but I have no idea what it is. Third answer is I'm somehow familiar with the concept. And four, this is absolutely my current focus. I live and breathe headless DAM. So I'll just give you a few moments to answer. And as soon as we have enough answers, feel free to share the results. Do you know about headless DAM? Rob, I can't see who has answered or how many answers we have, so I'll let you decide when you want to share the result of the poll. Thank you. Good. So we have a bit more than 50% of the attendees who have never heard of it, 57 to be exact, 24% have heard of it but don't know what it is, 14% are familiar, and 5% live and breathe headless DAM, including me, because I answered my own poll. So the goal of the session is really for those who have never heard of it or who have heard of it but are not familiar with the concept, to learn more about it and see how it can apply to their organizations. So you guys are familiar with digital asset management systems, so I don't want to explain what a DAM is, but I want to show this representation of usually what a company looks like in terms of media asset organization. So we are headquartered in France. We're a French company. That's why I use here a Paris picture. But essentially, you have three things: teams, tools, and channels relying on media assets to to perform their job. In white, if we take it clockwise, we have the content and the marketing teams, developers, product owners, digital agencies. This is of course not exhaustive, but just to give a few examples of the different kind of teams and silos we have working with media assets within the company. Then if we continue on our clock, we have here in yellow then the tools in which those media assets are somehow used. So we have a CMS system to be a website or an e-commerce platform. We have the PIM, product information management, very, very important single source of truth for product data. Brand portals, digital experience platform, social media management platform to post and automate social media posts. All these tools require media assets in order really to do their job. And finally, we have channels. So these are the channels through which you usually or companies usually publish those media assets to reach their target audience. And I'm not even counting here or mentioning the devices, but we have, of course, mobile, desktop, and so on. We put it on the channels, but we have, as examples, websites, blogs, social media platforms, and actually actual social media websites and e-commerce websites. So as we can see here, teams, tools, channels, and everybody is somehow working in his corner and on his own tools, publishes on all channels. And eventually what do we have is we have a huge MarTech stack here with thousands of products for advertising, content, social, commerce, data, and management, and many more even. I'm not saying this is exhaustive. We actually did a survey with our customers, and we figured out that on average they use more than 50 plus MarTech tools for the larger ones. And that's obviously a big problem because according to Gartner, only 58% of the stacks of the MarTech stacks full breadth of capabilities is usually applied, used, and benefited from by companies, and more than 40% of this potential added value in those tools is kind of lost. And this is why we believe, and I think it's quite obvious, we need a single source of truth for really centralizing, managing, and optimizing digital assets in such a widespread MarTech ecosystem, and to drive the adoption of those tools. So this is basically what a digital asset management system should do today, and basically build a circle, combine all these guys into one platform that is used as a real source of truth by developers, by marketing teams, by content teams, integrated in all tools used by these people, and obviously used to publish content efficiently and performant, fast through all channels. So if we look at a traditional DAM system, as we know them, used by marketers mostly, or let's say non-tech audiences, we have the DAM, we deploy it, and then we're onboarding teams such as marketing, sales, external agency over a nice UI to the assets, for them to access the assets in the DAM. So this is all well known. You have amazing tools out there which do that, and this is great. However, usually if we want to have, for example, our developers or our e-commerce people accessing those media assets, they are not going to connect to a UI and pick 1,000 images of products and then map them in their PIM system or publish them on the website. They will want to do it somehow more in an automated way. So if we just rely on a UI, we obviously kind of cut off our R&D and e-commerce people in this example, but for sure there are more use cases. And then the concept of single source of truth doesn't make sense anymore, right? Because these guys are going to copy the media assets in another storage, and then we'll have duplicate assets, and we all know the problems and the challenges around multiplying assets in different storage or sources. So this is the traditional concept of bringing teams to the DAM. So in a headless scenario, and I will define what a headless DAM is in a second, we actually take the problem in the other way around. We build the DAM, we upload all resources, and then we are pushing the DAM to the teams. And this is what we call obviously a headless DAM. And the good thing is here is that we're going to use APIs, plugins, widgets in order to bring the DAM into the tools used by marketing, into the tools used by sales, into collaboration with external agencies as well, but we're also going to have our e-commerce folks and R&D colleagues involved and connected to this DAM over those APIs, plugins, and widgets. So the idea is really to bring the DAM to the teams for a wider adoption, and in order to really deploy this single source of truth that everybody is speaking about. So the idea of headless DAM is obviously, as I mentioned, to rely on APIs and widgets. And this is extremely interesting and beneficial because it opens the door to a lot of cool things which are not possible in a classical UI-focused platform. We can have very easily AI workflows integrated into the content operations. We've mentioned before automatic tagging, but that's really the beginning. You have face recognition, not safe for work algorithms, similarity of images, and things like that, which can be integrated very easily. We have obviously a very powerful set of APIs which allow us to push content anywhere, internally or externally. As we are kind of bringing the DAM to the teams, we are trying to remove content silos here. So this obviously removes friction between teams and drives efficiency. And eventually, the idea is obviously better agility and speed in the content to market. So what is a headless DAM? So basically, a headless DAM is, as headless, the word headless basically states, you kind of cut the head from the body. So the body is really the DAM database with all the ingestion capabilities in order to upload from different sources over different channels, over a widget, a UI, or an API, all around the world, ideally, and as fast as possible. So that's required. We have obviously our headless DAM requires a distributed file system for backups, but also for fast access all around the world. If the data is stored, let's say in France, but you have people from the US accessing it, you don't want to have this extra latency every time you're trying to download or display an image or a video or any kind of asset stored in the DAM. And obviously you have all the data replication for security. And then you have APIs, a set of APIs, which are used to connect external systems, such as the PIM, any custom applications built by your developers, any creative applications, such as the Adobe Suite, for example, with widgets. So we're going to basically push the assets of the DAM into the Adobe Suite via a widget. A CMS, WordPress, Magento, just to mention a few, but many others are possible. And also a nice UI to offer a DAM for our marketer colleagues, okay? And this is basically what a headless DAM is. We decouple the DAM from the applications or the UIs which are accessing it, and with that we open doors for a wider adoption and many more streamlined workflows between teams. So just to summarize here, we basically don't need one DAM is not enough. One flavor of DAM will just access a nice UI and do all the good stuff in your brand portal, create ads, do post in social media, etc. Is in our opinion not enough enough anymore, because our friends from development, e-commerce, just to name a few, as already mentioned, are kind of left behind. And this is why we believe that multiple DAM flavors or ways of using a DAM are required. And we like to categorize them in collaborative, which is, the brand portal with all the nice features our marketing and creators will use to tag, retrieve, download, export in various formats, and so on. But we believe that also a headless approach is needed in order for our developers or e-commerce colleagues to also have access to these same assets in order to build this unique source of truth. And by combining headless and collaborative, we believe that it's really a smart way of solving all the challenges companies have today, even with deploying multiple DAMs, multiple storage providers, Amazon S3, Google Buckets, Azure Blob storages for developers, and then the DAM for the marketers. We think this should be one system, and this can be really implemented using this dual approach. And how does it look like? We have our APIs on one side, we have our hub on the other side, so the marketing hub, and in the middle we have the widget, which is a widget that will be integrated in all the CMS system, social media platforms, a CRM system, where people will be able to go and pick assets from the DAM directly in the tools they're using without having to open another interface, connect to the DAM, download, re-upload. The idea is really here to bring the DAM to the teams using this widget in their various tools. And basically today, if we just take a very simple use case of how long it takes to publish an asset, it takes between 10 and 15 days for a company today to create a piece of content, okay, relying on assets, whether it is a blog article, a white paper, a website, or a small landing page. So you have obviously the creators, which will create the assets, videos, images, brochures, whatever. Then we have people from working in external agencies, in product, in developers, in marketing, who will have to kind of somehow touch this asset, bring it to one of the multiple target platforms like the PIM, the CMS, the e-commerce, or any MarTech tool. Which will then be delivered over CDN, ideally to load at least as fast as possible anywhere around the world on any device. So this is why it takes obviously so much time, between 10 and 20 days, to publish an asset today, because you have all these teams, all these tools, and of course all these different channels to publish on. So what we like to advocate as a principle and as an idea is really to build a unique source of truth which is fully integrated with the creative applications, with the MarTech ecosystem, and then can optimize all those assets as well. So we believe that the image and video optimization, like for example, conversion to WebP, AVIF, all these modern formats, or the adaptive streaming, so the conversion in downsampling of videos, is something that should be done in the DAM and then delivered over a CDN to the end users, in order to speed up this process from creation to publishing, which I'm sure we're all aware of the benefits. This is basically what we do at Scaleflex, and we worked with one interesting customer in France called Malt. It's a freelancer platform, one of the biggest ones. They raised a few dozens of million of euro a few months ago to go to different geos, and they had a challenge at the beginning of uploading their assets. So basically, they want every freelancer to upload an image, a selfie, or a profile picture on the platform, together with obviously the content of the services he's offering. So they had to do quality control, very time-consuming tasks, manual tasks. The data was limited just to the people from the website, but of course people from marketing might want to use some of these assets for marketing purposes. Obviously the user has done his agreement to it, and they wanted all these images to be delivered as fast as possible on any device. So a typical scenario of user-generated content, UGC, you might have heard about that as well. And the solution we brought using obviously the headless DAM was AI-powered content moderation. So upon upload, we're going to check is there a face or not. If there is no face, we're going to reject the upload. If yes, we're going to accept it. Then obviously this file gets stored in a distributed file system, and then it gets optimized, compressed, and delivered as fast as possible to on the website, obviously to the users of the MAU platform. Obviously, the compression optimization piece here is extremely important, because if you take a picture with your iPhone, it will be 1, 2, 3 megabytes. Imagine a page with 20 freelancers. You're already at 50 megabytes if you don't optimize that. So this is why the image optimization here comes in handy to deliver and accelerate this content. So just a few words about us. As I mentioned, we're a French company. We started 2017. We're now about a bit more than 75 people across 14 countries. So we're able to serve customers in various geos as well. And we have 500, I would say, paying customers, and about 500 more on our freemium plans in 50 plus country. And we've been recognized by Gartner and Activo, it's a French consulting company, the DAM space lately, and are also very, very important. Maybe that's the one thing to remember, is that we're a member of the MAC Alliance. The MAC Alliance is an alliance of software member combining software vendors which are in this microservices, API first, cloud and headless, a kind of way of thinking and composable architectures. So we're one of the first DAM vendors to be accepted in this alliance, and we serve obviously customers from various industries. Good. So if you want to learn a bit more about headless DAM and media optimization, because I haven't touched base too much about it, but one of our biggest strengths is our optimization of the assets for fast delivery all around the world. That's how we started actually 5 years ago with an image optimizer and CDN. Feel free to go to blog.scaleflex.com. There is some good content also written with external experts, and get in touch with us if you want to know more. That's it from me. If you have any questions, I'll be more than delighted to answer them.
Emil, thank you so much for that amazing presentation. I'm going to fire the first question at you about headless, just to stick with that before we go on to more generic DAM questions. So Laurie Cox Davis would like to know, does a headless DAM allow for a controlled vocabulary taxonomy, easy for me to say, a controlled vocabulary taxonomy and federated search across platforms?
Exactly, absolutely. So obviously the taxonomy, so the metadata or the tags, the controlled vocabulary, you set up this in the DAM. So of course there is a nice UI to do that, like in any other DAM. So you create your taxonomy, your metadata, your tags, your values, and so on. And this basically taxonomy is then available by this widget that I mentioned into third-party systems if you integrate the widget, or if it's natively integrated by us already. We have plenty of plugins. So that's the first thing. And then, of course, if you use our API, because you have an internal system, let's say you build some back office where you need to prepare some galleries, you will be able to enjoy this taxonomy and this controlled vocabulary within your system over our API.
Brilliant. Laurie, I hope that answered your question. And Emil, thank you for saying taxonomy so many times just because I couldn't say it. Moving on to our next question. How difficult is your DAM platform to set up and implement?
Oh, it's horribly difficult. So of course no, I'm joking. We're trying to again, there are two flavors, right? There is obviously the marketing and creator and more like traditional DAM approach. So we have a nice UI to enable you to set up your taxonomy, obviously upload all your assets, to categorize them, and then to download them, create albums, categories, collections, and also all that good stuff, configure your post processes and your workflows. So that's standard. And then for developers, if you want us to get started with our DAM, we have APIs and SDKs, which allow you to get started very, very quickly in order to upload or retrieve and search for an asset over API calls programmatically to integrate the DAM backend into your application.
Okay, perfect. And then our next attendee has asked, how will I understand that it's the right time to implement a DAM system for my business?
So as soon as people start asking for the latest version of some logo or assets or brochure or PDF or whatever, this is where you need to have a central source of truth for media assets. So this is a good time to start. When you start having assets that you need to publish on more than just your website, but in a PIM, you need those assets in e-commerce or on social media. Then you need a DAM because you're not only single channel anymore, you're cross-channel, and you have multiple teams, of course, who will need those assets, and you don't want to duplicate. So this is, I would say, the second time or the second kind of thing you hear that should trigger the DAM question in your head.
Perfect. And Emil, one more question for you. How much data can a DAM handle in terms of file size and simultaneous interactions across a wide geographic area?
So this obviously depends on the DAM vendor you choose. You have DAM vendors which are very localized. Some are very, very worldwide, some amazing tools out there. What we did is we started actually 5 years ago with building a global network for delivery. Because we started with image and video optimization first with a solution called Cloud Image in order to optimize and resize images and accelerate them. And then we built a DAM on top of it. So we already had this global architecture. And what's interesting, what we do, I think it's the right thing to do, but of course, this is a longer discussion, is that we have a distributed file system which synchronizes in real time. So when you upload in Australia, your users in the US will be able to see the content and download it immediately, ideally fast. this is a problem that tools like Dropbox, Box, and so on solved about 10 years ago and do it very well, but it's not the default in a DAM solution. Okay, so it is possible, but you need to do your testing right to make sure that you're selecting the right solution.
Okay, well, Emil, thank you so much for taking the time not only to answer those amazing questions, but also to deliver your presentation. So all that's left to say is thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope this was useful for everybody. Enjoy the rest of the show. Bye-bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Emil Novikov, the CEO at ScaleFlex, one of our amazing sponsors at this event. And we're moving on to our next keynote. And our next keynote speaker is Dean Kruger, who is the head of Dominion South Africa at Dominion, another one of our sponsors of this event. Now, Dominion Software specializes in digital asset management software solutions. The company has offices in the US, Canada, South Africa, and Germany. Dominion was developed based on extensive experience and expertise gained from many years in the digital asset management industry. The company's flagship product, Dominion, is an image, video, and document management system with multi-user access that features a revolutionary new platform and product structure. Dominion has been around since 1999. Dominion's primary goal is to provide the best digital asset management solutions available for companies. Now, Dean, our keynote speaker, says, in the Cape Town film industry, deadlines are everything. It's a high-pressure environment where you must be always sharp and on top of your game. Digital archiving is an interesting job because it requires you to be fast and precise for everything to run smoothly. You're always looking for new ways to make things better, whether that means finding a system that will allow for more efficiency or providing services that can help people do their jobs better. Dean has been working in this industry since 2011 when he started as an in-house archivist. So Dean, your keynote is which is best, on-premise DAM or cloud DAM? So Dean, over to you.
Thank you, Rob. Hi, everybody. My name is Dean. I'm from Dominion, so I'm very glad to see all of you today. Today, we're just going to talk briefly about the difference between cloud and server DAM systems and in which situations one solution is preferred over the other. So in the current market, where the majority of DAM vendors have moved to a software as a service model, the question remains on the table, is there actually room left for an on-premise DAM system, I beg your pardon. We believe that a hybrid system where you can manage and control your own infrastructure is the solution. So before we start, let me just tell you a little bit about our company. So Dominion has been a developer of DAM systems since 2003, both local and cloud versions. We have more than 800 corporate clients and about 50,000 users worldwide from diverse industries, educational institutions like universities, most of the famous game developers, small startups, marketing departments in small companies. We offer both a single user and a multi-user version of our DAM system. You can find more about this on our website. And also stay tuned because a little bit later I'll tell you about a special offer that we have for the participants in today's event. So what is the fundamental difference between these two systems? The main differences are price, infrastructure, and maintenance. So broadly speaking, the functionality is the same, and in almost all of these systems, the functionality is similar. It's just that different DAM products have their own niche and their own direction of development. So of course, there is a huge difference in how an on-premise DAM and a cloud DAM will work with the existing file system, but that's a topic for another presentation. Let's move on to infrastructure. So, cloud-based systems do not need a powerful computer, but they do need a stable internet connection. Whereas on-premise systems, on the contrary, you will need a more powerful internet at all. So you can connect to a cloud system from almost any device at any time, while the on-premise system allows you to work in an application installed on your computer. Speaking about the price and cost, let's discuss this as well. All cloud services are billed on a subscription model. That is, you will incur a recurring expense, and the more files you have, the more you will be, the larger the amount will be for your account at the end of the day, since the cost is based not only on the number of licenses that you acquire, but also on the cloud storage that your digital assets occupy. So with the server solution, which is paid on a subscription basis, it's also possible to buy a lifetime license. That is, you will pay for the software once and you don't need to pay separately for the storage. So which is more profitable? Each case should be considered individually. This is definitely not a one solution fits all kind of scenario. Most vendors have a return on investment calculator on their websites, and we encourage you to do this process of evaluation with your vendors during your investigation phase, and pay careful attention to these return on investment calculators, because usually one does not realize from the onset what you are in for in the long run. So when it comes to maintenance, you also have to consider a couple of options. Firstly, if you purchase any of these two options under the subscription model, then all the latest updates and technical support will be available to you as part of your subscription. But then when we talk about buying a lifetime license, then updates and technical support is usually paid separately, usually on an annual basis, and the cost of maintenance usually ranges from between 20 to 40% of the original cost of the software. So let's analyze each one of these solutions in more detail and have a look at a couple of the pros and cons. So firstly, let's take the cloud solution and ask, what could be wrong with it? So a couple of issues here. So firstly, the thing that all users encounter with cloud solutions is file duplications, where you will get your original files that are still being stored locally, but they're also uploaded to the cloud. So you end up with, especially for design teams, this can be a painful process of trying to keep track of different versions of a specific asset. And then secondly, as I said before, there's a constant dependence on the internet. So if the internet goes down, or you don't have any connectivity at the moment, then it's not possible to work with any kind of cloud infrastructure. Thirdly, from a cost perspective, the cost of ownership is constantly increasing. The larger your catalog grows, the more your account will be at the end of the month or the year. And this is a recurring expense. It's not like, excuse me, it's not like there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Interruptions in cash flow, especially when it comes to small businesses, new startups, this usually leads to a suspension or a termination of your access to your digital assets. Another disadvantage is, fourthly, that it works very poorly with large files and large volumes of data. Working with heavy files is especially slower than you will have, in an on-premise version of a DAM. So enough about talking about the negatives. Let's highlight a couple of the advantages of a cloud system. It's extremely easy to deploy this kind of a solution to the entire company. And it really just is, in a couple of minutes, you can set up all your rights, all your access to it, and your employees are up and running in a matter of seconds. Secondly, there's good integration with other online solutions. Most modern cloud-based information systems are greatly integrated with all possible online services. So it's very convenient for you to, create an ecosystem of software to work with. And thirdly, also, it's very easy to share files with employees in other organizations internally as well. It's just a couple of clicks and you're done. Right. So when is a cloud solution the best fit? So it is the good fit for you if you have a manageable amount of files. If the majority of your archive are small-sized files, if there are no strict data security requirements on your files, if you always have a stable, fast, and uninterrupted internet, if you mainly use online image and video editors, and then lastly, if you only use standard tools for vector graphics. So next, let's move on to the on-premise solution. So we're going to start with the disadvantages first. Firstly, as practice shows, an on-premise solution costs a little bit more than a cloud solution if you have less than 1 terabyte of data. Secondly, setting up each workspace takes a little bit more time, and you also need to configure the server. So there is a bit of an overhead there in terms of human resources. You should be well versed in computers if you are going to attempt a local installation, or you should have a full-time or at least a freelance IT specialist at hand. Thirdly, it's more difficult to set up remote access to the server. So, in order to have remote access to your server, you need to configure either a VPN or have some public IP address set up. And that also takes time and expertise to do. It's not something that's very easy to configure in most cases. And now the pros, compared to the cloud, firstly, a desktop solution is faster. Your files are loaded instantly, regardless of their size. The only limitations really is your hardware and your network speed. So secondly, you can set up an automatic database updates and pull not only files from different computers and servers, but also from cloud storages such as Google Drive or Dropbox. Thirdly, an on-premise solution also provides the highest level of security. Not only are the files behind your own firewall, but in order to access the program itself, you will need to have access to your PC or your laptop. Fourthly, another huge plus is native integration with all desktop applications and support for previews of most file formats, including your 3D files. So when is an on-premise solution ideal for you? It's ideal for you if your library size is more than 1 terabyte, if your digital library is large or constantly growing, if you are working with large files that are larger than 50, 100 megabytes, if your primary care and concern is security and confidentiality, there is a big red flag with cloud services. Constantly getting, there's constant security breaches and attacks. And so if you're working with high-level confidential material, a cloud solution should really not be a consideration. If you are afraid of data leaks, I did mention that earlier, and if you use various graphic and video editing tools in your workflow, especially working with video files, in our production office, we have to edit 50 to 100 video files at a time. And if you had to work in a distributed cloud environment, something like that would be a very onerous and time-consuming task. And lastly, if you don't want to depend on third-party service providers and internet speed to deliver your workflow, an on-premise solution really is the ideal fit for your particular setup. So, at the end of the day, you can choose the system that you want. Nobody is going to hold a gun to your head. But, let me just run a recent case that we had past you. So not so long ago, we were approached by a client from Florida, and the head of the design department encountered the following problem. Each of his employees, about 10 of them, including himself, spent 5 hours a day working, 5 hours a week, I beg your pardon, searching for suitable images for projects that they had running. They knew that suitable materials were available on their server, in network folders, and on cloud storage. They just couldn't find something quickly, and they had to look for something similar on the internet, but often found that the file was worse quality than they wanted, or it's a duplication of a file that they had in the system already. Moreover, they sometimes needed to restore, some of the do restoration work on some services that photographers did for them. They had to reshoot certain files, and now imagine how much time the whole team wasted, how much extra money was spent, and I haven't even mentioned the approval process. So for them, the last straw was the loss of a very important video file. As a result, the department head started Googling how to solve this problem, find our DAM system, and the rest, as we say, is history. So the result of that implementation was an annual saving of 108,000, and in terms of human resources, they saved about 2,400 working hours annually. So in addition, not a single file was lost, and the employees had more time to devote to their creativity, and implementing our system made their lives a whole lot easier. The eventual turning point for them in the decision-making process was the fact that we have an on-premise solution. And why the insistence on an on-premise solution is because they work with a database of about 10 terabytes. So they have a very large catalog of files, and the speed of working with files in the cloud and security was very important to them, especially when it comes to design collateral. A simple leak of a design or something will put you at a disadvantage to your competitors. So, that's why we strongly suggested an on-premise version to them. It was better suited for the production environment and for the continuous work with content. So, yeah, if you are also in the same position, please reach out to us. We can set you up with a free demo and a trial, and you can see for yourself how well Dominion works with local files. You can also get a one-time virtual coupon for $1,000 US. You can use that during purchase or renewal of the on-premise version. And then we also have a special offer for companies with 10 or more active users. Please feel free to reach out to us after the presentation, and we will set you guys up with Dominion, and you can take it from there. And then finally, I want to thank the organizers of the event. Thank you very much for having us, for allowing us to sponsor, and we will catch you later.
Dean, thank you so much for that amazing presentation. Before you go, Dean, we do have some questions for yourself, if you're happy to stick around and answer them for us.
Of course.
So the first question, if I'm using an on-premise DAM, how will I shift over to a cloud DAM?
Well, the migration can be done in various different formats. It's literally asking how long is a stick, or how long is a piece of yarn. So it all depends. Firstly, you would have to, in an ideal world, there are different stages of this process. In an ideal world, you would be able to simply put all your digital assets on a hard drive and courier it over to your service provider, who will then add it onto the system for you. In a not so ideal world, you will have to manually ingest all your assets. And during this migration process, you also need to be aware that your metadata needs to travel with the files. So you either need to be able to export your existing catalog and recreate the file structure that you have on your on-premise system online if you need to migrate, or it's going to be a lot of headaches for your digital asset management administrator.
Okay, perfect. Next question we've got for you, Dean. How can we encourage employees to use digital asset management software?
There is what I like to call a DAM culture that, as an administrator, I like to foster in our organizations, where firstly, the users need to be aware of the system. They need to understand the use of it, and they need to understand how it can benefit them in their workflow. There is always going to be, when it comes to adoption of a DAM system, there are always going to be a few stubborn mules in the organization that have been used doing it a certain way, and they will never take to the DAM. But if, as a DAM administrator, you can encourage users to see how the DAM adds value to their workflow and how it encourages productivity, saving them time, freeing up resources for them to apply themselves, for example, creatively, or to have a few extra minutes a day to do their planning on their schedules. And this usually encourages users to adopt a system. But like I said earlier, it's one of those scenarios where people will only adopt a system if they see the intrinsic utility that it has to them and their workflow. So I encourage all our DAM managers as well to have frequent interviews with users. And I mean, it doesn't need to be something that's very formal. It could be an informal conversation around the water cooler. How's your are you having a hard time finding these files, or how can we help you? And these kind of interviews and question sessions with end users help you to plan your strategy. And we, on a quarterly basis, we do have, a group meeting with teams, and we just assess how everybody's performance is. And, a hands-on approach with a DAM system really encourages users as well to get involved. Because if the users of the system are not involved, then, it's literally just sitting on it's a product that you're going to buy and it's going to sit on the shelf gathering dust. So you need to have an active team to encourage and promote a culture within your organization that champion the DAM system.
Okay, perfect. Great answer. Final question for you, Dean, that's also come in. How will new digital asset management tools be used with current and changing workflows?
Well, that's this is one of those industries where the tools are evolving at such a fast rate that it's difficult sometimes to keep up with new things, and especially with the advent of artificial intelligence and the way that things are moving with, nowadays you can right click on an image and have it like automatically tagged for you, and colors detected, people detected, so it's a constantly evolving game. But what I really appreciate about our system in particular is that it does have an open-ended API that can be requested. So if you are, using a third-party service that you wish to integrate with our DAM, for example, you can have a look at the developer's documentation, and there's a programmatic way. It's way above my pay grade. I don't get that, but I know that people have used it to integrate with third-party services. So that functionality is there. But yeah, it's a fast-moving ball. You have to keep your eye on it, and the stuff that you learn today is going to be outdated, within a year at least.
Okay, well, Dean, thank you so much for taking the time, not only to answer those questions from our attendees, but also for your fantastic presentation as well.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dean Kruger from one of our fantastic sponsors, Dominion. And we're going to move on now to our next keynote presentation. We've got 2 more keynotes to go, and then we're going to head on to our panel discussion at the end of this virtual summit as well. But next up, we've got Carol Freed, who is a manager in the brand asset management department at L'Oreal USA. Now, Carol has held a number of roles in her career, including art director, type director, creative services manager, Mac systems administrator, and digital and product information manager. The path to digital asset management was something she identified as a business need during her time managing creative departments and frequent misuse of assets and rights. Carol successfully lobbied executive leadership at several advertising agencies to implement digital asset management platforms and policies. She was involved in the selection of vendors, taxonomy, development, user training, and support. Carol spent 10 years as the global digital asset manager for Cadillac, and for the past 3 years at L'Oreal as the brand asset manager of the professional products division, PIM and DAM platforms. And Carol's keynote is e-commerce acceleration with PIM and DAM integrations. Carol, over to you.
Thank you, Group Futurista, for inviting me to speak at your Future of Digital Asset Management Summit today about e-commerce acceleration with PIM and DAM. I'm sorry I'm not able to participate in person, but you've graciously allowed me to record my session. My name is Carol Freed, and I'm the manager of the PIM and DAM program at L'Oreal USA for our Professional Products Division. L'Oreal implemented a global PIM and DAM solution over 4 years ago for all divisions in all of our markets. We rely on our PIM to publish our product launches and site optimizations, including the digital assets from the DAM that are displayed on our e-retailers' PDPs, the product description pages. Our DAM contains the final approved digital assets for not only e-commerce, but all uses, social media, digital, merchandising, etc. The PIM and DAM are a single source of truth for data and assets. So what does e-commerce mean to you? Is it browsing for merchandise online, researching products by ratings and reviews, loyalty programs, all of these and more? What draws your attention to a product page and keeps you on the page? To be successful in e-commerce, your brand must convey its product data and digital assets to your consumers with relevance that compels them to purchase your product and return to your product pages for future purchases. PIM, Product Information Management for your data, and DAM, Digital Asset Management for your digital assets, have demonstrated that you can accelerate getting your products to your e-retailers. PIM, on average, has the potential to get your products to market up to 4 times faster. But speed to market is only part of the picture as you strive to win the digital shelf. Your product pages must align with multiple criteria to improve your chances to gain new customers. Your PIM and DAM requires strategy and analytics of trends, consumer behavior, keywords, SEO algorithms, digital assets, and competitors' PDPs, so you can create a comprehensive and relevant PDP for your products. Utilizing PIM combined with your DAM has shown increased employee productivity since they no longer need to research data, collect information from multiple sources, convert assets to meet e-retailer specifications, enter all data on an e-retailer form, download the assets, and deliver the data and assets to the e-retailer. Instead, they can publish the e-retailer forms and export the digital assets directly from the PIM with the correct e-retailer specifications, and in some cases, deliver with an API connected to your e-retailer. But to be clear, PIM relies on source data, which can have errors, and manually added enriched content that may not be structured properly. Your team still needs to be responsible for reviewing and cleaning up the information and making sure you are sharing accurate data. You can lose consumers if you have errors, or worse, they could post negative reviews of your site and brand, and reviews matter. Over 80% of shoppers, that's 80%, will hesitate to purchase from a brand with negative online reviews. You want your customers to have confidence in your product information, so they will be more likely to be repeat customers and provide favorable reviews of your products. Your DAM can provide multiple assets to showcase your products, not only the e-commerce assets, but all digital assets. Use AI to identify the assets most likely to resonate with your customers on e-retail PDPs. Develop these e-commerce assets for the PDPs, but leverage those assets on social media that can drive customers to your e-retail or D2C sites. Create instructional videos, which add to the consumer experience and can help drive conversion. Your brand must shine on the digital shelf within seconds of a consumer visit. The content must grab their attention and hold it, inviting them to stay on the page and lead to conversion. It's critical that you understand which assets are best for your PDPs, which ones are most compelling. Using AI to analyze how consumers interact with your pages develops a deeper understanding of what content and assets resonates for them, which in turn provides you with the necessary insights to create better content. Utilize keywords strategically. Don't stuff your PDP with keywords. Focus on the keywords your customers find relevant. Integrate them in your PDP within your product title and the product description. But also choose keywords you can add to the back end of your product page that you may not want your customers to see but have added value, such as including common misspellings that will help your customers find your product. Studies have found that over 85% of consumers rely on digital information while researching and shopping online. They say that images, video, and product information, along with ratings and reviews, influence their buying decisions. Make sure the assets on your PDP align with your product information. Be aware of how you present your product information. Use bullet points to help consumers learn about your product by providing the benefits of your product, but make it easy so they don't have to read too much information and lose interest. Videos, particularly instructional videos, have taken the lead in driving conversion, and videos significantly increase your search rank. This illustrates the importance for brands to have relevant content, but you must be diligent at monitoring the performance of your product content with regular optimizations for both your data and digital assets. Perform an analysis of your top competitors to evaluate their PDPs and use that research to optimize your content. The fact that you supply product data and assets doesn't guarantee the e-retailer will display it accurately. After you have worked to create the most relevant content to engage your consumers, the e-retailer may modify what you provided without letting you know. It's imperative that you review your PDPs regularly to make sure what is displayed matches what you delivered. Build your PIM data and digital assets with an understanding of what your e-retailers accept. Not all e-retailers have the same requirements. They can vary with character counts, acceptable product images, number of images allowed, copy format, etc. Also, e-retailers routinely update their product content requirements. Make sure you stay current with the changes and react accordingly to update your data and PDPs. If you supply content that is non-compliant with your e-retailer, it may have financial implications and the possibility your content will not even be accepted, which could mean possibly missing critical new product launch dates. Look for tools that will identify the content that is most relevant to drive e-retailer specific SEO algorithms. Your PIM data fields should not be static. Constantly evaluate if you should update your PIM fields to provide greater value for your content and be better aligned with e-retailer attributes. Are you capitalizing on each e-retailer's specific attributes? Your PIM should provide an end-to-end solution for your content that creates, manages, enriches, optimizes, and syndicates to your e-retailers. Get to know your consumers. E-commerce gives the consumer access to more product information, but it must be relevant product information. Make sure you have researched your audience. Understanding the behavior of your consumers, how they shop, how much time they spend on your product page, will provide critical insights so you can build your product pages based on informed data that enhances your consumers' online shopping experience and time on your page, which can lead to increased conversion. Don't forget the average amount of time a consumer spends on a page is only 15 seconds before they decide if your page has relevance. You want to hold them on your page. And there's that word again, relevant. To be relevant for your customers, make sure you don't just accept the sourced information in your PIM or rush through creating enriched copy, aren't thorough with your keywords, or don't review and optimize your content regularly. Use your systems as the single source of truth, but that truth evolves over time as your products change, KPIs provide new learnings, SEO provides new data, or your consumer insights bring new perspectives. The data lives in the DAM, the data lives in the PIM, the assets in the DAM, but you are the stewards of the data and assets and responsible for maintaining the integrity and relevance of the data and assets for your consumers. These platforms definitely accelerate getting content to e-retailers, but that's the technology. The quality of your data and assets are the key to your success in converting consumers to your customers.
A big thank you to Carol there, and we're going to move straight on to our final keynote of our summit before we move on to our panel discussion. And our speaker is Asif Ali, the Vice President, Senior Analyst Lead, Scrum Master at Bank of the West. Now, highly accomplished servant leader who possesses over 11 years of high impact delivery experience in project and product management, product ownership, Scrum Mastership, and business analyst in the agile revenue cycle, finance, infrastructure, and application development domains with the healthcare, retail, and banking industries. Strong project management experience, project management professional, certified through Project Management Institute, certified business analyst practitioner, certified through International Institute of Research of Agile and Management Studies, strong Scrum, Agile and Waterfall background, scaled Agile framework expert for Agilist, certified through Scaled Agile Inc., certified Scrum product owner and Scrum Master through Scrum Alliance, in addition to strong Lean Six Sigma background, Black and Green Belt certified through Management and Strategy Institute, currently host of the Digitally Dreaming Off the Gridiron podcast, formerly the 81 podcast, on Anchor FM, Spotify, Google Podcasts, and YouTube. Asif Ali presents the keynote, Cloud Computing for Asset Management. So Asif, over to you. I think we may be having a slight technical hitch. So again, I would just give it a moment just to see whether we can get Asif. Asif is joining in 5. There we go. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We will take a very, he's having a network issue. So what we'll do is we'll take a very, very quick break. Give us 2 or 3 minutes. We'll get this issue sorted. Then we'll come back for some more of our keynotes and then our panel discussion a little bit later on. So thank you so much for joining the summit so far, and we'll see you in a few moments' time.
All right. How are we doing, guys? It's awesome. Give me 1 moment. Okay. I'll start sharing in a bit. Thank you. All right, 1 second. There we go. Okay.
So Asif, I believe you've joined us now.
Yes, I have.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining us, Asif. Over to you for your keynote.
Absolutely. Let me start my presentation. All right. Where do I start? Perfect. All right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. I am Asif. I am currently going to be, I'm going to be presenting to you my topic of future of cloud computing for asset management. So about me, if you've seen me before, you already kind of know this, but I'll run through this very quickly to be cognizant of the time. So very native, lifelong 49ers fan, former AFL, AIFA football player. I currently host the Digitally Dreaming Off the Ground podcast that's available on Anchor, Spotify, YouTube, and Google Podcasts. If those of you who are clicked to connect with me on LinkedIn, you've probably seen me posting about that quite frequently. My alma mater is Cal State University East Bay. Obviously graduated there undergrad 8 years ago, finished my master's 5 years ago. Certified across the board in project management, as a for Agilist, as a business analysis practitioner, as Scrum product owner, Scrum master, and Six Sigma Black Belt, Green Belt, respectively. And I've worked primarily in the healthcare space, with United Health Group, Kaiser Permanente, Sutter Health, Stanford Hospital Clinics, and Blue Cross Blue Shield, and also Walgreens on the retail side, most recently Bank of the West. And my current title is VP, Senior Lead Business Analyst at Scrum Master. What Bing search says, you have to search me by all my acronyms after my name, because my name is surprisingly common. And I presented, numerous times, both with Futurista, PMI, Central Alabama chapter, Quantum Leap, so various digital virtual summits, and I've definitely been able to extract and I kind of gain a lot more insights and inputs that I've been able to kind of reconcile and be able to kind of morph my presentation strategy and as well as my overall speaking kind of strategy with different forums. So most importantly about me, I am a barrier breaker, which I received 4 years ago by Blue Cross Blue Shield. Which means most importantly, I am a digital disruptor. And obviously today we're talking about the future of digital asset management. So I think that goes hand in hand. So where's cloud today? Cloud architecture is purposely built up to scale up and down to demand to provide storage and processing power an organization needs. Refinitiv did a survey back in 2019, written by Zachary Shepard, which I'm going to be referencing in the next couple of slides. So hopefully this, I can run through this, but obviously kind of the key, I want to say, focus of the survey was to interview financial business leaders and data scientists and just kind of understand kind of where they were from both machine learning, AI, asset management. And so what they found was that 90% of firms already have deployed machine learning through one or more departments to manage and analyze content. And 70% of the respondents said machine learning is a core component of their business strategy. So cloud-based analysis tools such as QA Point are pretty effective, affordable, and secure for developing new investment strategies out of large amounts of data from those data scientists. So data centers are pretty expensive. Obviously, the industry is racing to kind of innovate, and accelerate, but it's obviously it's impacted, various balance sheets, and some firms can't really afford, to keep up with that cost, of data and obviously cloud and the kind of the I want to say disruptive marketplace, for asset management infrastructure services. And in an industry that was previously pretty, I guess it was very, very rare to find expensive assets that would be considered critical as infrastructure. Now, obviously, that's become the dominating trend. Most kind of, most assets and most kind of, I guess you could say, on-prem types of servers are pretty expensive. And so having a data center to kind of house all that data is there's a lot of overhead costs and maintenance with that. So the hardware, obviously, to run the data centers, real estate to house them on, the electricity to power them, people management, it created a new size of line item on the budget, right? So that kind of breaks out and spells out why it's so expensive to have data centers and run, I guess, infrastructure and asset management on-prem. Machine learning deployment. So Refinitiv survey, obviously, they talked and they interviewed these business leaders, data scientists, and they basically found that the industry is relying heavily on AI and machine learning. So the research found that adoption is well beyond the experimental phase, and it's being deployed in key areas such as financial risk management, pre-trade analytics, and portfolio optimization. And obviously 90% of the firms, and this is a repeat, but I think it needs to be said again, 90% of the firms have already deployed machine learning by one or more departments to manage or analyze content, and 78% of respondents said machine learning is core component of their business strategy. And in no uncertain terms, the report declares that AI will be the single greatest enabler of a competitive advantage in the financial services sectors. That just says, obviously, AI is now the dominating trend, whereas obviously a couple of years ago, it was pretty much kind of thought to be this kind of futuristic technology trend. Well, now basically it's the dominating enabler for giving companies a competitive advantage, especially in financial services. So the cloud and asset management, right? So it's with transformation technology like artificial intelligence and machine learning, it's obviously it's become more ingrained. It's obviously become a staple of financial services. And obviously, with the explosion in alternative and financial data that firms have to manage, the data that will feed into AI, machine learning, and other initiatives will also continue to grow. So in most cases, building the infrastructure to handle these cloud computing demands doesn't make much financial operational sense, but instead relying on the cloud has emerged as a much stronger option that brings the balance sheet back to budgets while delivering better operational efficiency. So obviously that last kind of bullet from this, I guess, Refinitiv survey or Refinitiv article written by Zach Sheffer is pretty much stating that, with all the different types of kind of technology trends, advancements in technology with both AI and machine learning, infrastructure and cloud computing demands infrastructure and computing demands can be better managed with cloud because it's more cost effective and it's operationally efficient. Now I'm going to touch on that a little bit more in detail in the next couple of slides. So overcoming cloud asset management challenges, right? Infrastructure is no longer server rooms and boxes, it's dynamic, right? It's changing constantly to support fluctuations in demand. And moving to the cloud introduces new third parties into the digital mix. So although AWS, Google, and other cloud providers have a lot at stake when it comes to protecting consumer data, security responsibility is never really out of the organization's hands, right? Because obviously the data, the privacy, the integrity of that data and security is always now, there's been a stronger emphasis to push that in the hands of the leaders in the institutions, the organizations, right? Compliance considerations are yet another complicating factor. In many cases, regulations around data access, privacy, residence were created for an on-premise world. And the reason why I think Noah was referencing this in his article, Overcoming Cloud Asset Management Challenges, is because data access and privacy were first thought of someone just breaking into a data center and being able to get onto the servers because they were able to have great hacking skills. Well, pretty much that's outdated, right? Now, obviously, cloud is becoming dominant trend to manage for this exact purpose, to kind of make it so there's not a physical type of risk available for people or hackers to kind of get into data and privacy. So advantages of cloud: it's scalable, it's accessible, it's predictable, it's affordable, it's low maintenance, it's robust security. The deployment time is speedy, it's scalable, and it requires low energy use. So obviously there's a full laundry list of advantages of having cloud. The disadvantages though are connectivity, long-term costs, and it's not as customizable as, say, an on-prem solution. So that's something you have to consider too when you're employing cloud. But why it's better than on-prem? I mean, obviously you can see the list of advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. And as opposed to on-prem asset management, which requires physical monitoring and maintenance, cloud can be managed, anywhere, virtually, remotely. It's a lot easier to track and monitor and maintain. And this also, and with the physical monitoring and maintenance and all those other overhead costs and operational costs with on-prem asset management, it becomes like I talked about in the first couple slides of my presentation, the budget and the cost kind of factor of it is pretty high. And most organizations are trying to limit that overhead as much as possible. So from my own experience, I was employed at Organization A some time ago, and the new head of infrastructure was looking into cloud as a primary asset management tool for all assets. So the migration plan was a multi-year initiative. It included all on-prem servers and data centers, which are otherwise not digital because they're previously on-prem. Pro project was a multi-year initiative, and the CTO and CIO both bought in. From the top down, there was no resistance with this initiative. And the outcomes: at the end of year one, we were able to migrate over 65% of our servers. I ended up leaving the organization shortly after that. The cost savings from the physical servers of the data centers exceeded $50 million. So just put that in perspective, right? 65% of servers, however many data centers were, I don't know, was it 8, 10, not sure, but $50 million in cost savings after 1 year of being fully kind of operational on cloud, right? An abundance, and I guess the other kind of positive, result was that abundance of new jobs were created, such as cloud developers, project managers, BAs, right? So we saw a lot of jobs being created. And obviously that was one of the kind of dominating fears with going to migrating cloud, because a lot of asset managers were kind of fearful of what it meant for their jobs. But obviously their roles didn't necessarily change, they just evolved with the technology. And so pretty much in closing, cloud is a definite disruptor in the asset management space, similar to how APIs are disrupting digital space. I know Futurista has a upcoming virtual summit on that. I might be a speaker there, but essentially, you can see kind of how cloud has kind of, permeated and made itself kind of a disruptor in the marketplace for asset management. And like kind of what I just stated in my last slide, no reason to be afraid of migrating to on-prem versus off-prem, because the results will be will most likely be positive. The net results will most likely be positive. And I think lastly, continuation of cloud computing and further advancement will continue optimizing the usage of cloud and asset management and beyond. So obviously cloud right now is just looking, infrastructure as a service, software as a service, right? Platform as a service, various different types of service providers, right? But continuing this and just advancing, I think, cloud usage will further kind of expand the reach of cloud outside of just data centers and asset management. That's it.
Amazing. As if, thank you very much for that. We've got a couple of questions for you on our Q&A. And then obviously once we've finished our Q&A, we're going to move on to the panel, which I believe you're part of as well. So let's start with the direct questions for you as well. Someone has asked, how will the DAM system speed up the workflow?
The DAM systems?
The DAM.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
so
oh,
how
DAM,
will...
so, digital asset management, yeah. You know, I mean, there's various ways from my experience, how I've seen it, you know, just kind of the data flow of kind of getting data onto these on-prem kind of machines. You know, it kind of eliminates that step because there's no physical type of, you know, step there to actually kind of get that data transferred and kind of get it housed. And then the other types of layers of security, of physical access, of anything else. You're able to kind of, you know, eliminate a lot of those steps, you know, for data management, and the data flows is a much more simplified flow. Obviously going on the cloud versus on-prem. So that's just what I've seen. Yeah.
Alex Burenkoff has asked, is it affordable for 100 terabytes?
Yeah, I mean, and that's another question, right? I mean, our organization had roughly 2 terabytes, so I haven't really worked at that scale. But I would assume that it would probably be affordable, depending on how invested. And again, there's a huge tech debt that you have to consider, you know, with the initial investment of getting cloud up off the ground and running. But essentially, you know, I do think it can definitely be scalable to 100 terabytes. That's one of the key advantages of cloud. So.
Okay, and talking about scalability, we also have a question about the future. What does the future hold for digital asset management? Can it easily be replaced by a new innovation?
That's a great question, right? Because I mean, there's a lot of different types of hurdles and hoops, and obviously working in a regulated industry such as healthcare and now, you know, finances, right? Some things, you know, it's really difficult to kind of see. It makes sense logically to say, yeah, of course, you know, you eliminate all these steps, you basically migrate everything on a cloud software, and asset management, you know, just getting these data centers offline and, you know, having them also on cloud. You know, it makes sense, right, to have a digital asset management type of, you know, shop. But, you know, you have to also consider, you know, all the other kind of, you know, X variables that you may not consider, such as, you know, I mean, for example, hospital data management, you know, if they have release of information records, which may or may not be paper, you know, it's going to be kind of hard to kind of get all of them onto like a cloud-based server, right? Or kind of have them use cloud to access any patient records. You know, same thing financial industry, right? Because there's a lot of different types of KYC regulations and laws you have to adhere to, a lot of paperwork you have to get when you onboard and recertify new clients, right? To identify them whether or not they fit your high-risk criteria for eligibility. So, you know, I do think that, you know, me personally, I mean, I think that it's definitely going to eventually be the dominant trend because so many organizations are moving to AI and machine learning. I mean, I don't see how on-prem, you know, data centers are scaled to handle the amounts of data. It's just not, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. So I do think digital asset management through cloud and other services, mainly cloud, will basically be the future for the industry.
Okay, so we've got one more question for you. And this has come from Eugene Nekrasov. I hope I've said his name right. So Eugene has asked, thank you for an excellent speech. A quick question. If the company has a great, strong infrastructure resources to host solution locally and a few 100 terabyte of data, what benefits for such company would it be to choose cloud instead of an on-prem solution?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, I mean, if a company has a pretty mature type of infrastructure type of solution that's been working for them and it's on-prem, you know, they may or may not, I mean, there may not be an immediate advantage to switching to cloud, but I think long-term costs and long-term kind of, you know, overhead, which will be eliminated through choosing a cloud solution, will greatly impact, you know, their balance sheet. I think, you know, if you look at it, you know, kind of from a media kind of 2 to 3 year horizon, you know, it may or may not make sense because you may have to invest a lot of money, you know, in resources and kind of getting cloud off the ground, you know, different licenses, right? And obviously getting the data centers, you know, to migrate, you know, if it's a mature type of infrastructure that they have, it doesn't make sense end to end to kind of go wholesale with cloud. But, you know, from my experience, you know, just I personally have seen organizations such as Organization A, which I worked at, 5 years ago, they've that cost saving of $550 million is now around $150 million. And they manage 2 terabytes of data, not 100. So you can imagine, if someone's managing 100 terabytes of data, how much more cost savings that could be. So.
Well, thank you so much for, not only answering those questions directed at you, but also for your presentation as well. Normally I'd be saying see you later. However, of course, you're sticking around because we've now got our panel discussion. So as if you're sticking with us, and we're also going to be joined by Kate Benowitz, the Senior Product Marketing Manager at Canto. We're going to be joined by Daniel Matthew, the Chief Revenue Officer at IPV. We're going to be joined by Kevin Sowers, the Chief Product Officer at Aprimo. And I believe we could also, we won't. So it's just the 4 of you. I was going to say we were joined by someone else, but we couldn't make the timings work. So it is yourself, Kate, Daniel, and Kevin. You're going to be joining us for this panel. And our panel is the future of digital asset management in 2022 and beyond, trends that we cannot afford to miss. So I've got a load of questions for you. I'm going to fire them at each and every one of you. So Kate, Kevin, and Daniel, please feel free to turn your cameras on. I believe Dean, though, may actually be joining us for the panel as well. So Dean Kruger from earlier from Dominion might be joining us too. So yeah, if our panel want to turn on their cameras and we'll get started. And as if, seeing as you just finished answering a load of questions, I'm going to come to you first, as if that's all right. What are the emerging trends and challenges in digital asset management?
Yeah, I mean, I think, what I touched upon in my presentation, I think machine learning, AI, right? And obviously it's just the rush to kind of find a cost savings, measure, I think the organizations, because with machine learning and AI, that's really what kind of laid the foundation for cloud to basically become, the source, or I guess the choice source of data management, for many organizations, especially in financial services, right? So I think, with machine learning, AI, and just the dominance of continuing, RPA and other types of, new tech trends, or which were otherwise thought new, which are now pretty much dominating now the marketplace. That's what's really kind of pushing this digital asset management trend.
Perfect. And Kate, following on from the emerging trends, are there any hypes that you're seeing currently in digital asset management? That's for you, Kate.
Yeah, can you explain, hypes in general? What do you mean by hypes? Just like things that are kind of fluff, or I don't know, I'm trying to understand the hypes on that.
I think different people refer to hypes as different things.
Exactly. It's objective.
A hype would be something that everyone is jumping on and everyone's getting really, really excited about.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So I mean, I think in general, I mean, just to piggyback, the AI trends are huge, right? I think that's something that we're seeing a big push for. We're also seeing a big push for automations, right? We want to make sure that the digital asset experience is all very, very seamless. So you're not doing excess tasks, right? Because the whole idea is efficiencies in a building, making sure each of the users or each of the teammates is getting the best out of their day and keeping away from all those mundane, tasks. So the more we can use, AI and a lot of these key automations, the more that we're seeing like a lot of just, getting that time back, and making people more, actionable in their jobs.
Perfect. Kevin, I'm going to come on to you. Earlier on in your presentation, we kind of discussed, and I think someone fired the question at you, was 2020 a game changer? I think, Kevin, that was you when we were speaking about did 2020 kind of change the kind of face of things. Do you think, when is the right time to implement a DAM system?
I mean, I'll first piggyback on the last question. Some of the trends they talk about, and they're absolutely correct, AI, process automation, those have been part of the DAM industry for many, many years now. The difference is post-2020, rather than a growing wave, hey, let's undergo digital transformation, it became a business imperative. If you haven't implemented a DAM, start somewhere. Quite frankly, we get a lot of second-time implementers, and there's lessons to be learned for first-time implementers. because you probably, if you're a first time implementer and you don't have it, you're going to think, hey, I just need a place to store all my files and have a pretty, picture library, if you will. The reality, if you're not using a DAM, you will start using one. You'll realize really quickly as you try to centralize all your content. And I'm talking in financial services, your disclaimers, and pharma, your claims. I'm talking running the medical legal review process systematically and directly e-filing with FDA and other global regulatory organizations. That's where people are now, and it's not science fiction, it's real. And that's scary and intimidating because you might be a smaller company that just needs a start. Your vendors know that, right? Especially the primary ones. And we want success and have the appropriate packages at the appropriate price points for you to just get started, right? And it might be like, oh my God, we can never approach that vendor. They're a leader in this wave or in that quadrant. They know that there's first timers and there's experienced buyers, and they have tailored, and it's not just a primo that we have as well. They have tailored their implementation approaches for your needs, and you can go small and light and just get started right away. Because it's not an option if you're a digital content focused business, and what business is not anymore. That's what 2020 was.
And following on off the back of that, Kevin, my next question for you is, talking about the right time, but also what challenges are there in implementing a DAM system to a business who has never used one before? What challenges might they face?
I hit it at the outset. Over design, right? Overthinking, focus on edge cases, worried about the rogue employee who's going to get access and sink the company because they got access to content. Listen, compliance is important, right? We service quite a few, regulated customers, both in financial services, pharma, our centerpiece, but even in CPG retail, they have goodwill that far, if it gets impaired, far exceeds, what an FDA fine might look like, right? Brand is critical. And they have learned the hard way that if they over design and over control, the users will revolt. They'll go to alternative systems, and you're not going to get the business case that you're going for, which is ultimately the golden source. So start and build. Don't over design in an office space or a virtual Teams meeting, and then say, let's get it perfect before we roll out. We encourage new customers, they should be looking for 4 to 6 week type packages and get it rocking and rolling. Experienced second-time buyers, third-time buyers, they know what they're looking for. Those get a little more precise, and they've earned the right to.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And Kate, I'm going to come back to you. So we've spoken about some of the challenges and when the right time is, but how do you choose the right DAM provider for the business? What would your advice be, Kate?
Yeah, I would say first and foremost, have a good understanding of what your use case are or what your needs are. Don't go in there totally cold and not understand, hey, where do I sit today? Where do I want to go? How a lot of things that would help, the DAM provider that maybe you're speaking to is how large is your asset library? Do you have assets in an array of places? Are you going through a rebrand, right? A lot of companies are moving towards that or in the process of that. Do you have specific tools you're already using, and how will those, seamlessly integrate with your digital asset management solution? Overall, the right provider will take a very consultative approach. They'll ask you the right questions. They will make sure that they're building out the solution that you need and making sure it has all the key components. So, as I talked about digital content supply chain, are you using a project management system? What is your CRM? Are you using a headless, or are you using a PIM? What are all your business challenges and needs, and how can they really sit down and create a consultative solution for you that will lay that all out? And then they're going to back that with data insights that will help you get that across the line, with your organization or with the key stakeholders.
And seeing as I think this is such a really important question, is there anything you want to add on to what Kate has already said when it comes to, choosing the right DAM provider for your business?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to piggyback on everything she just said. The use case and knowing having a deep, thorough business analysis to understand your end-to-end use case, understand, kind of your stakeholders, your customers, and how they're going to leverage that system is critical. You know, I mean, without that, I mean, you're not going to know kind of, you know, and again, you know, what Kate touched upon, your CRMs, you know, what, you know, is on-prem, off-prem, you know, I mean, if you don't have those kind of your I's dotted, your T's crossed, you know, understanding your end-to-end flow, you know, your DAM system, your DAM implementation will probably be, you know, pretty unsuccessful, right? And I think that's just something where, you know, I mean, we all need to take like ownership. You know, I mean, if you're part of a DAM migration, right? You know, like I was a few years ago, you know, it's just kind of, you know, going the extra mile to understand, you know, the end to end, and then basically, you know, reaching out, you know, to your internal customers, internal DBAs and DWs, right? You know, data centers if you need to, and basically, you know, just make sure that you have everything mapped out to, you know, well, I guess, well prepared, right? Before you kind of get it off the ground. So.
And Kevin, I'm going to throw that question to you as well, just because I think there's three of us in the mix at the moment. So, Kevin, what would your advice be for choosing the right DAM provider for the business?
I think I mentioned in the presentation, right? Every single company is different. And, you know, the conversations and the technology choices when you realize you're a multinational that has 5 different primary CMS systems, is trying to, you know, mature DAM consumer, but trying to, you know, master modular content. That's a lot different vendor potentially than a vendor that you're just got, hey, I'm a brand communication, I got 3 personas I'm focusing on, I got a 40-person team, and we're just trying to streamline you know, repository of assets. Maybe you're trying to streamline collaboration, right? It's just, and that's why I go back, the vendors know too. They know, you know, the vendors that aren't good at the higher end use cases don't want to bite off more than they can chew. The vendors that go high end have identified what their ideal customer profile are, and will make sure that if you approach them, that they have a package and implementation approach that's appropriate for your needs. It's just a pretty mature industry at this point, including self-awareness by the vendors. Obviously using Forrester, Gartner, if you have access to that, is valuable to help you sort that out. But so will the vendors, right? Because everyone has strong suits that they believe make them the best for certain ideal customer profiles.
So Kate, Kevin just mentioned there about, you know, knowing your needs and being able to match that. What advice would you give to people like evaluate their need before looking for a DAM provider? What do they need to be considering with the needs of the business?
Yeah, I mean, they really need to holistically look at, right? You know, where am I sitting today and where am I going? You know, having not like a pigeonholed approach to that is very, very important. So you really setting the framework for, you know, here's where my business is, here's my goal, right? We're all trying to hit a certain metric, ROI, revenue goal. You know, we're getting possibly key information, insights from the market, right? We're analyzing all this data. So we really have to set that groundwork and framework on the onset to really, you know, position and move forward in a correct way. And it's a complex business problem. It's not something that can be easily just like check the box. It requires thought, you know, planning, a strategic initiative really through your team or your organization.
And as if same question to you, know, from a different kind of perspective, is there anything that businesses could be doing to help them evaluate their needs?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, and I mean, some businesses are better than others, you know, kind of, you know, really doing a needs assessment, doing kind of a thorough kind of analysis, you know, of kind of, you know, their needs, and kind of, you know, obviously asset management, asset library, kind of understanding where everything is. If they have a strong inventory, you know, they can easily trace that, right? It's almost making a traceability matrix and seeing kind of where everything is. And, you know, you'll find out, you know, externally, internally, kind of where, you know, any gaps are, and kind of what areas you can solve immediately. You can get some quick wins, right? You know, I think that's just, and some organizations are just better than others. It's plain simple, right? So, you know, that's pretty much, and that comes down to obviously how robust your BA process, your product management process, and, you know, just, you know, how well you have everything stored, and how effectively and how robust your documentation. I think that's just another thing. I mean, I view it as like everyone's an Uber BA if they're really trying to help the organization add value. And there's various ways of kind of, accomplishing that. So that's it.
So I'm going to stick with you. We've kind of discussed about, businesses choosing the right provider and how to get started with a DAM. But then as an organization grows, how will the DAM system grow with that organization?
Is that for me?
Is that for someone specific?
Yeah.
For me or for Kevin? So sure.
Yeah, as if you go first and then we'll throw it to Kevin after.
Yeah, I mean, for just obviously from cloud, right? I mean, cloud is scalable, right? So I mean, if you see your organization growing, you're able to scale up, right? It's almost like, framing up and just understanding kind of how much of a growth you anticipate. Sometimes, you have to do that legwork in the beginning. It's and that's a challenge a lot of times, right? Because you can't really anticipate your projected growth, over a 3 to 5, 10-year horizon. But I mean, that's just, sometimes you just got to, put some numbers out there, from your best guess estimate and kind of do some forecasting, some predictive, some predictive forecasting, right? And that helps drive kind of, what kind of how robust your solution needs to be for the scale of your needs, right? So.
And yeah, Kevin, I'll throw that question to you as well.
Right. Yeah, I would take it a step further, right? I spoke in my presentation about the concept of composable stack, which is right for some, but not for all. You got to take a hard look at your own technical chops, what you're trying to achieve, which are most mission critical, right? If you want to invest in the ultimate Uber composable stack and bring 20 different technologies together for very specific mission critical requirements, is very feasible, right? This is an exciting time. If you historically struggle with those type of implementations, you're worried you're going to get bogged down. You got to go more packaged, right? And you got to decide which requirements are most important. That includes taking a hard look at your personas and who's really going to use it versus who's a casual user. Everyone pictures DAM as the person who goes in and downloads something occasionally from the library because they need an asset. And that's certainly a big part of it. And some searchability, findability, key. Got to think of that. You got to take care of those because there's a lot of them. But the biggest business value is on how you enable those power users that you pay a lot of money to, that are making your creative, approving your compliance, project managing your programs. That's where value and ROI starts to separate from, nice to have. And we've beaten it down, but it's understand thyself, but understand what's worked in your organization historically. We work with orgs that digital transformation and massive IT programs because they got the chops to do it. They eat those for breakfast. Those tend to be the larger multinationals. And we got folks where we're like, hey, here's a 5-week starter package. Let's get this up and running, and let's get these few personas just sharing files and getting closer to the golden source of truth, hooking up to a few of your downstream channels and growing from there. And we do work with them to do a multi-year plan. Where do you want to be in 4 months, 6 months, 8 months, 2 years? It's not completely unselfish. It's no secret that we're, trying to expand footprint, but, do so in an efficient, appropriate way, because misfit of technology and customer is a miserable experience for both sides.
Amazing. Thank you, Kevin. Kate, I'm going to come to you. So say someone's been watching today, listening to all of your different advice and gone, do you know what? Well, I've never done it before, but I'm going to invest in a DAM system for my business. What advice would you give as to what is the best way to manage a system for a first-time user?
Yeah, definitely. That's actually something I've done in my roles, in the past decade. So what I've really learned about managing the system is really having that dedicated human or admin, and also combining that with a cross-functional group of DAM advocates as your team, because you cannot do anything. You can't manage a gigantic, even small to medium to large size content library without humans involved. So how I've done it in the past is I've really worked innately with like that key advocacy team. I've kind of led the charge, right? You have to be the leader in here. You have to dedicate yourself, to owning, managing, and making sure that everyone's following those processes. But it really comes down fundamentally to starting with the process. Once again, project manager at heart. How are we uploading assets? Where are those assets going? How do those align with our whole folder structure? How do those align with our product offering or solution offering? Making sure that everyone's following and uploading in a consistent, concise way. We've talked about automating processes, metadata tagging, AI tagging. Those are all things that you can automate, and you can teach the team how to do that. So then when they're uploading assets, it's not going to become just like, hey, it's a free-for-all. We don't want that. We want it to be very specific, concise, and we're putting the right branded assets up on that platform. So that when people are pulling for their campaigns, for their marketing strategies, they're pulling from the latest and greatest. And I've done this kind of this advocacy program, and it does take a little legwork. I won't say it's like something you just check a box. You have to like find the right people. You have to get them to believe that digital asset management is really going to solve issues. It's going to reduce, all these like kind of mundane tasks that we all want to get rid of. We don't have time for this stuff. Nobody does right now, with content creation, amplifying. And we're trying to distribute that across all of our digital channels. So the more you can create that advocacy and show how it's going to benefit you, please become my advocate, right? And make sure they understand that and kind of make them a believer, and they'll go along for the ride with you, and they'll help support you along that, that administration role of your digital asset management platform. Once people see the benefit, right, then it makes them believers. And that's what I really would tell everyone here today. That would be the main, tip or trick.
Amazing. Kate, thank you for such a great answer. And as if I'm just going to come to you, are there any other best practices that you think is worth sharing for anyone who's new to managing a system?
Yeah, I think Kate touched on it, obviously, I think, kind of Kevin also touched upon, identify who's going to be your power user, and, kind of do as much kind of knowledge sharing and kind of get them kind of ingratiated as much as possible, with a solution, and make sure that, you spend your time, with that dedicated resource, and, just maybe, be an offer and just partnership and just handhold, and kind of, make sure that, there isn't, that you're doing your part, as a partner to help them kind of really kind of get up to speed, and you're helping them, every step of the way, for me too, I am a project manager, right? So I think that's just kind of how it goes, right? From initiation to planning, execution. I think that's my approach, and just make sure that you identify as many kind of, risks or kind of gray areas and black or maybe red flags in the early stages as much as possible. And, that'll help you kind of avoid any potential issues, at least mitigate any potential issues going forward. So.
And Kevin, I'm going to come to you as well. Is there anything else that you think is worth chucking in the pot when it comes to little golden nuggets of how to manage a system?
Yeah, it really is like any system. If you're going to make a sizable investment, and it's not just cash, right? Because there's good entry points, price points in DAM, but resources and time, it's not a hobby, right? Whether you're implementing a DAM, whether you're adopting OKRs as a way to run a business, you do it halfway, kind of nice to have, and other people are doing it. It's going to fall off the rails, right? It still might be a nice little file store, but if you're not, consistent on taxonomy, metadata structure, how we really want to use it, hook it actually to downstream systems. You care about versioning, you care about that last mile and delivering, customer experiences. You got to have some of that in you. I'm not saying there can't be really simple DAM implementations, but if you're just looking for a place to share files, use Box or SharePoint or something, it's, you gotta want it. And you got to stick with it. And it doesn't have to be totally arduous, but it can't just be a hobby. Or else you're going to have out-of-date files, going to be a mess. Everyone will complain that it looks ugly, or they can't find anything. And, why did any of us bother?
Perfect. Thank you, Kevin. I'm going to come back to you, Kevin. How intuitive is the DAM platform user interface, and how important is it that it's easy to use?
I've been at this for 20 years, and every year I say to myself, God, I didn't take user experience, persona-specific end user experience enough, right? That was in my presentation. Feature Cold War, right? We can do anything, right? And it's always bring it back to the end user. At the end of the day, technology's job is to enable the end user. Yes, it's a system of control, it's a system of automation, it's a system of efficiency. It's a system of customer engagement, but none of it works if it doesn't work for the end user. That doesn't mean the end users need super stupid simple, right? Some do, right? Your most lightweight consumer users or the occasional approver, but you got some pretty detailed creatives who demand, you say, oh, right brain creatives, they just want to make pretty things. No, they know metadata, they understand, they know package integration, they know modular content relationships and XMP write back. Your left brain people want to see more metadata, right? So you can't dumb it down for certain personas. And that's why I said, make sure you understand what personas you're buying for and that you have the flexibility and scalability and configurability. It's not customize. Customize a 4-letter word these days, but configurability to approach those use cases. Because I've yet to see 2 use cases across customers, and we got hundreds that are exactly the same. So yeah, simple is great. Ideally, you come in 2 clicks, you get what you need. Ideally, the system, though, ultimately, and what we're trying to achieve, knows you when you come in, knows your history, knows what you're probably looking for, and hopefully gives you what you need with no clicks. But certainly that's an ideal, right? And one that we work toward and probably never reach 100%. But yeah, it's the driving force in everything we build. We're a user design-centered organization.
I was literally about to ask you, do you think you will achieve that in the end? That, or do you think you'll get close to it, that a user will be able to come back onto the system and pretty much be presented with what they're already looking for? Do you think that is achievable?
It hasn't been achieved in the industry, right? And we certainly haven't achieved it yet. It is achievable, but then the cheese will move, right? As I said earlier, new capabilities, what the DAM, the list, when people analyze DAMs, what is considered standard in DAM is so much more expansive than it was 5 years ago. We could nail those 5 years ago use cases in a heartbeat. Yeah, they're totally achievable. The problem is the categories expanded, and rightfully so, getting back to 2020, even more so and really quickly. Yeah, I think we'll get there. And I think when we get there, it's a whole new set of challenges and a new goal.
Amazing. Kate, I'm going to come across to you now. Say someone's sitting there going, I want to get a DAM system. However, I've got a lot of data. How much data can it actually handle in terms of file size and simultaneous interactions?
Yeah, I mean, most DAM systems are built on very, very robust platforms. I mean, ours is on, Amazon. We use Amazon, CloudFront for distribution of assets local or regionally, through the CDN capabilities. So there is a really, really great experience. It's kind of a hard question to answer of how much data. But I mean, the use cases that we see come in from, our smaller to mid to large size organizations, something like our platform can handle the array of that beast, whatever they may need. And I think the industry is looking obviously to amplify that as the needs increase, right? As Kevin was just speaking to, we are at a big transformation time for DAM. DAM is no longer, as you said, just a file sharing. It has to do more. It has to distribute those assets across all your channels seamlessly, and utilizing the platforms that you need, be the CRM, the PIM, et cetera. So, I think in general, it's pretty robust. Your DAM you should definitely ask those questions and make sure that the tech is there to suffice for the needs of the use. Once again, that comes back to your use case though. Do you have a solid use case? Do you know how you're going to be using it? Then you can really vet to see if that solution is going to fit the bill. Because if it isn't, then yeah, you got to go to one of the bigger, as Kevin was speaking to, some of the more robust solutions that have, everything under the sun. But just to note, you will pay for that. So you have to make sure, once again, that you really understand that need. If you don't, you need to quantify that before moving forward in any digital asset management purchase or bringing on that solution.
Perfect. Well, Kate, Kevin, as if, thank you so much for kind of joining in with this panel discussion. I'm sure that all of our attendees have found it really, really useful and really taken a lot from what you've said. Just before each of you go, for anyone who is sitting there, and I know a lot of our questions have been aimed at someone who hasn't been an end user before and is potentially looking at, turn into a DAM system. Are there any kind of final little golden nuggets of advice that you could give to someone who may be sitting on the edge of, should I go for a DAM system? Should I not? So as if I'm going to come to you first, are there any final bits of advice that you could offer, our attendees who might be considering moving across to a DAM system?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of, what's already been echoed, by Kate and Kevin. You make sure you do your homework. Make sure you kind of know what your solution, kind of what your scale is and kind of what you need. And, I mean, pretty much it's going to be a gut check, I mean, it comes from top down, right? And, I mean, I think, some of the more aggressive kind of, DAM implementations are, from those types of, organizations that want to see kind of, a few, I guess a full scale kind of, turnaround within a 3 to 5 year horizon. And if that's your objective, then I would say definitely, and it fits to the bill, right? Then definitely go forward with it.
And Kevin, same to you. Any final words of wisdom that you can part on our attendees today?
Well, if the attendees are on or watching the recording and they're past hour 4 and this deep, and you're still listening, I think the answer is you need a DAM if you don't have one, and you probably need a new DAM if you're still listening. If you're cutting it, right? So it's not really a question of business case. Normally, I would say if it was the first 5 minutes, hey, DAM's always inherently good. It's where does it compare to your other business priorities? Because every company is different, right? You're not going to go wrong getting a DAM if you're committed to it. We're in a digital world. It's almost like hard to even imagine it not being a good business case. So I say if you're this far and you're wondering, I'd really isolate what your hesitation is and really question whether you understand it. Like you asked a question about scalability. Scalability in the cloud, to everyone's point, isn't an issue, right? It doesn't mean that X's and O's and pipe bandwidth when you're moving 100 gig videos isn't something that has to be considered, and there's ways to do it, right? Define the size, but once it's in the DAM, it'll be done. It's business rules and how much processing and how much real time. It's not going to go down. It's not going to crash. Scalability has been solved years ago. So if that's the reason, I got to question whether you understand the reason, right? And so really, what's your hesitation? Is it budget? Can I get my boss to do it? Business case is pretty straightforward. Vendors will work with you there, because if you're this deep, you need it.
Perfect. And finally, Kate, I'm going to come to you. Any other, I mean, as if Kevin have covered quite a lot, and of course you have during the discussion, but is there anything else that you feel as though would be useful for our attendees before, we send you on your way?
Yeah, I mean, I think as someone, I mean, to Kevin's point, if you've gone this far, you're probably ready for digital asset management. I think what I would just say is like, kind of just to give you like a thumbs up, like you can do it. It does take a little bit of time as someone who has implemented different solutions, different added stuff to my tech stack across different organizations, getting those stakeholders to believe, I think, getting your IT teams involved, making sure that your CMO or whoever from the leadership team is approving this. I think it's just really lean on the vendor, make sure that they're giving you the support you need. There's so much information that we can easily bring to the table that helps you really say, hey, here's, as you said, as Kevin said, you need it. Here's the key information of the why, here's the value, here's the ROI it's going to bring to the organization, and lay that out in a really concise way. And I'm 9 times out of 10, you're going to get that budget approved, because digital asset management is also too pretty competitive in pricing. So I feel like just believe in yourself and get it done, because once you have this, your organization's life will get so much easier, and you'll become so much more efficient at what you do. I couldn't imagine not having a digital asset management solution. I've been using it for 15 years. I mean, once you have it, you can't really go back. And because the scalability and how much the industry is changing and evolving, it's going to meet those needs that are not only of now, but of the future.
Amazing. Well, Kate, Kevin, As if. Thank you so much for your time coming back to take part in this panel discussion as well. I know we really appreciate it. So like I say, thank you, and hopefully we'll see you again really soon.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care. So guys, that is it. That is the end of the panel discussion and of our summit. Let's just quickly say a big thank you once again to our amazing sponsors who have enabled this to happen. We had Canto, we had Kate there, part of the panel discussion. We had IPV, Primo there, Kevin was part of the panel discussion. Dominion, Paperfly, Binder and Scaleflex, all of our amazing sponsors. We discussed a little bit about our amazing sponsors before each of the keynote speakers. The only one we didn't have one from is Binder, so I'm just going to tell you a little bit about them. Binder goes far beyond managing digital assets. The digital asset management platform enables teams to conquer the chaos of proliferating content, touchpoints and relationships in order to thrive, with powerful and intuitive solutions that embrace the whole way people want to work with a richly integrated ecosystem. Binder is the brand ally that unifies and transforms the creation and sharing of assets, inspiring teams, delighting customers and elevating businesses. Binder's 500 plus employees, known as Bindees, together constitute the world's most extensive pool of digital asset management expertise. Binder enables more than 1.4 million users across more than 3,700 organizations, including Spotify, Puma, Five Guys and Iceland Air. Founded in 2013, Binder has 7 offices around the globe, including the Netherlands, USA, Spain, UK and the UAE. So that is Binder, one of our sponsors. Also a big shout out to our media partner, FinTech Finance. FinTech Finance works with renowned executives across the globe in the fintech and finance industries to provide key decision makers with reliable and accurate intelligence on emerging trends and breakthrough technologies, helping them to make informed decisions. So Group Futurista appreciates and is grateful for every single person attending this virtual summit today. Also, a big thanks to all of the speakers for making it to our virtual summit. We admire you for taking your time out of your precious day. And if you found this summit interesting, we do have some more upcoming events coming up in recent weeks, or should I say future weeks. 15th of September, we do have the Future of Operational Excellence. On the 21st of September, we have the Future of Data Protection Virtual Summit. And on the 26th of September, we have the Future of Expense Management for Businesses 2.0. If you would like any further information on that, make sure you contact Group Futurista. And all that is left to say is have a great day. Thanks to our sponsors, our speakers, and you, our attendees. And we'll see you real soon. Take care. Bye-bye.